Tozawa taking on the Final Testament. And then we've got Lyra Valkyria taking on Sonya Deville. So we've got not loads, to be honest. Obviously, there's been no tweets, which is a real surprise. I mean, I don't think I've missed anything unless anything's dropped in the past hour. Let me just have a quick search of the Wyatt 6. No, nothing. It's been it's been a while, actually, since we had anything from the Wyatt 6. That is a surprise, you know. Last week we got like 3 tweets from them. We've only had 1 tweet, and that was about like 7 days ago or so. So we just haven't had anything. So I've had a lot of people getting in touch going, what's going on? What's going on in the Wyatt 6? There was 1 tweet, 3 days ago, which we took a look at, but that didn't seem to imply anything to do with an interview. It was the one where it was Chad grabbing a hold of Bo, and it had the "there you are" kind of written 15 times. And then it had like a bit of a cryptic code at the top. And when you worked that cryptic code out, it came out as "the trust of the innocent is the liar's most useful tool." The trust of the innocent is the liar's most useful tool. That was the quote. Don't know if that'll feature in an interview tonight, but I really was expecting something else from the Wyatt 6. We didn't get anything. And to be honest, that kind of feels like something that was really missing this weekend. Really felt like this weekend was, I don't know, really quiet. It's been really quiet. I'd say the Bobby news was quite big. There's not been much follow-up on that, though. I mean, it's just been quiet, considering it's SummerSlam. And SummerSlam's just a couple of weeks away. It is really, really quiet at the moment. I don't know. I feel like they need to kick up the dust a little bit. I feel like WWE has kind of gone into sleep mode. I want them to, like, I don't know, give us some really juicy stories. The Liv Dom stuff has been brilliant. The Wyatt 6 stuff over the early part of the summer was brilliant. Now we just seem to be in cruise control as we kind of head towards SummerSlam, which is a bit of a shame. But, I mean, SummerSlam card itself looks really good. I'm really excited for SummerSlam. And it's not that far away. It's not this weekend. It's the weekend after. I mean, I suppose we can get a little bit excited at the fact that SummerSlam is not this weekend. That means that these aren't go-home shows. It means that if we are to do any final builds, it's probably going to be this week. So this is the week where we should get some really juicy stuff, hopefully. Next week, I'm not as certain, because next week is obviously going to be the go-home shows, and we know what go-home shows are like. So, yeah, just a bit quiet at the moment. I've got the headlines up on screen from Wrestling Observer. They're just talking about the fact that the top story, right, is that Rampage ratings are down. Who gives a flip, right? Lowest viewership in 6 weeks. That's the top story. That's the most exciting news in wrestling right now. That Rampage viewership has hit its lowest viewership in 6 weeks. Flippity-doodle. We've got an AEW injury update. We've got a few segments announced for NXT. There's some TNA changes for 2024 live events schedule that's coming up. Johnny Gargano's... Oh, that's quite interesting. Johnny Gargano's family restaurant destroyed in fire. I've not seen this. Johnny Gargano and his family were dealt a tough blow over the weekend with their Cleveland restaurant was destroyed in a fire. Gargano's restaurant and catering, owned and operated by Gargano's father Frank for decades, was badly damaged in a fire on Sunday. Thankfully, Johnny's father was not at the restaurant when the fire broke out, and there are no serious injuries. But one responding firefighter did suffer a minor back injury. We've actually got, if we whoosh over, let's whoosh over. I need to change this. This is not SmackDown. That is a lie. You're a liar. So it's not SmackDown, and it's not NXT either. Flippity-doo-dah. It is Raw. And over here, let's bring up the information. There you go. So here, oh, there's a video. Let's play the video.
I'm going to shut down the 4-inch.
There it is. Look at that.
I understand, but we've got multiple lines already out.
Damn. Well, that was pretty exciting at the end, wasn't it? That was pretty exciting. What have we got over here? What's this? Oh, that's horrible, isn't it? If I go full screen, though, I don't think we'll be able to see it. There, look, Garganos. Wow, I didn't know about this. Oh, that's better, isn't it? Look at this. I mean, I'm sure there's memories and stuff like that, which is going to be horrible, and this is not a pleasant experience. Hopefully, of course, it's insured. So hopefully this is, you know, a hell of a setback. Look at it. So there we go. Didn't even know about that. We've discovered that together during the stream. I'm gonna put that in unseen. Even though I don't think we're doing an unseen tonight, I'm gonna put it in unseen. In the fire folder. We're gonna have a fire folder. It's about time. So there we go. Those are apparently the top stories, and really, there's not been much more than that. Very quiet on the Uncle Howdy front. Carl and Dawn said, what do you think Bo meant by there you are? Well, we did a video on that, and I thought the thoughts of the community were really good. There's a couple of thoughts. Two thoughts which I like, and feel free to tell me if you've got a third or a fourth or a fifth, right? The two thoughts that I like is, one, Bo is showing his real self. You know, we've seen Bo backstage, not Bo, sorry, Chad. We've seen Chad backstage, and he was talking to Alpha Academy, and he was like, you know, you're my guy, you know that I love you guys, and he's trying to win them back around. Like, you kind of trying to see the real person, right? And of course, when he's unloading on Bo in the corner, Bo saying, there you are. Is that Bo seeing the real Chad? There you are. There's the real you. Revel in what you are. That was a big saying for Uncle Howdy. Revel in what you are. Back in like 2022, 2023. That was like the catchphrase of that period. Revel in what you are. And we know how he doesn't like liars. He doesn't like liars. So he doesn't like lying. He likes you to be who you are. Is it when he sees the true person, their true self, that he goes, there you are? You know, perhaps he really enjoys seeing the real person, the truth. So that's a theory that I like. The other theory is that maybe his darkness, his anger, his aggression, right? When he brings that out, maybe there are glimpses of the Fiend there. If ever you show your darkness, if ever you show your sadness, your frustration, your aggression, all of those negative feelings, those are what Bray managed to kind of gather up together to create the Fiend. And so I kind of feel like there's a chance that Bo is seeing the aggressive, angry side of Chad, and he's going, there you are. Because what he's seeing is he's seeing a version of the Fiend. It's not Bray's Fiend, but it is the Fiend. I wonder if we've all got the Fiend in us. That could be an interesting story that they could tell. If we all get angry and dark, you know, when that red mist descends and you sort of just, you know, you just blinded by rage. and that red mist descends. I wonder if the story they might tell is that is the Fiend, that the Fiend is in all of us, which would be a really good kind of swerve, if you will. It'd be a really good sort of something that people would be like, oh my God, I've got the Fiend in me. That's a lovely way, actually, of making this story really connect even stronger with people, you know? Because think of all those kids at home that are being told they've got the Fiend lives within them. Every time they get angry, every time they get aggressive, every time they lose control, that is the Fiend that's coming through. And I wonder if Bo saw in Chad a glimpse of the Fiend. Now, it wasn't Bray's Fiend, because Bray's Fiend is a little different, only because that is personal to Bray. His feelings of frustration and anger might not be the same as my feelings of frustration and anger, but I wonder if that energy still results in the same character. I wonder if my frustration, my anger, I wonder if when I lose control, does it still result in the same Fiend character? Maybe the Fiend is fueled by just negative energy. Doesn't matter what's created that negative energy, it's just negative energy. So I thought both of those theories were really good, either seeing the true self or seeing a glimpse of the Fiend. I thought both of those were excellent. And this is why I love the opinion videos that we do on the second channel. That's where that came from. Because I think we have some really good conversations in the 2 hours before Raw, or the 2 hours before SmackDown, or the God knows how many hours before a pay-per-view. And really, those opinion videos, I'm trying to get some topics that we talk about on these streams and give them their own space, really, to breathe. So we've done recently, who do you think should go in the Hall of Fame? We did 20 minutes on that yesterday. We did 20 minutes on what is the botch of the year so far. We did 20 minutes on what do you think was meant by there you are. There was another one as well. I am nobody, I am all of us. We tackled that as well. That was another one that we kind of got our teeth into. So both of those, I believe, are in the same video. And I'm just every day I'm looking to do more. So tomorrow there will be another one where obviously we talk about what's gone down on Raw, and then the next day there'll be another. I got loads actually yesterday during like a special members stream. The members threw in loads of like different topics, and I've got a list together, and I've written down who sent them over as well. So yeah, I must have about 20 lined up already. So, I mean, we're good. We're good for the next month or so for like opinion videos. But yeah, it was in one of those. I thought that it was really good. But again, if you don't think it was that and you think it's something else, drop it in the chat. Mitchell said, maybe the Wyatts got 6 and they couldn't post. That's what's happened. They've got 6. They've got 6. That's good, actually. When they're ill, do you think they get 6? Very good. Patrick said, I do believe that everyone has a Fiend in them, says Patrick. I like that. I like that. Again, not my theory. I mean, I can't even remember what I thought it was at the start. I've heard so many theories on it now that those are my leading two now. And I really like that. I think if you're a kid, or even if you're an adult, you know, to watch a show and relate to a character, think that there's a character that you're like, yeah, I really like that character. And then to find out that that character might actually live within you as well. You might have a bit of that character in you. It's a lovely way of like connecting it to people, you know? I think that would be a very interesting direction to take that story if they're not going that way anyway, you know? But, yeah, I mean, look, the Wyatt Six stuff, I think they've done a brilliant job with it. There is a bit of backlash that's out there. You're always going to get that, though. And it's from the places that I would have predicted that it would have come from, right? You know, your Jim Cornettes, for example. I am, you know, the way that I'm dealing with it. I am watching it segment by a time, and I really think so far so good. I really do. I think that the vignettes have been really good. Even people that are not on board with it, a lot of people have been saying, you know, I don't like the Wyatt 6 stuff, or the Wyatt 6 stuff isn't for me. But I have to say those vignettes have been really touching, right? So I really think the vignettes have delivered. I thought Bo getting beaten down was absolutely fine. I think him getting beaten down and like just laughing his head off. And then, of course, you got the Wyatt 6 coming down. People might ask the question, why didn't they come running down, right? But I sort of feel like they're in control. They are in control. This is going the way they want it to go. They want to have a match. They want to beat these people down. They want to do it and be allowed to do it. So they're going to do it at SummerSlam, and it's all just going the way they want. You know, the match will be made for SummerSlam. They'll be able to get their revenge there. Bo may have been laughing because they've just fallen into the trap, if you will. You know, they've took the bait. I mean, if you think about it, after they attacked Chad could have just changed his mind, couldn't he? He could have repented. He could have repented. He could have said sorry. He could have meant it. He could have gone on the straight and narrow. That ain't the path that he's gone down. And so now they're heading towards a match. They're heading towards, you know, the opportunity to get violent. And you can understand why they're relishing that. So I really don't mind him laughing his head off as he's getting beaten down last week. I thought that segment was good. I thought the presentation of the group coming down looked really cool. I can't criticize. I can't find really a criticism. There is nothing offensive. I just don't know. I really do wonder if everyone has got it. I really do wonder if everyone is understanding what is happening, because you hear people just going, it's just spooky, supernatural nonsense. And listen, I've never hid the fact, and you know this, that I'm not a fan of supernatural stuff in wrestling. I'm not a fan of it. It doesn't do it for me. I just don't. I watch wrestling and I see humans, and I see people that can be injured. I see people that have to overcome, like, you know, being tired. They have to overcome like injuries and setbacks, and we see their family. We saw Chad's daughter crying. We see emotion. It's relatable. We all wanted Cody to finish his story because what it meant with his dad, and it's all like they try to present it as real. And so for me, this is where the supernatural stuff just doesn't vibe. Just doesn't sort of fit. It's like putting, you know, like putting an ingredient into your favorite cake that just doesn't belong. So I always struggle with it, and so it's not something that I look for. But that I think this Wyatt 6 stuff has been brilliant. I think it's been really, really good. I don't think there's been any supernatural stuff. I think it's been logical. Maybe, you know, there's bits where you have to just sort of go with it. You know, we spoke about the smoke machines and whatever. But someone actually got in touch and they were like, what if they're using the company's own smoke machines kind of against them? So they're grabbing like things that are backstage and just using them as a way of kind of further hijacking the show. And I was like, oh, that's pretty good, actually. That's a pretty good explanation, actually. I could vibe with that. I mean, I don't know that these things are happening, but I've said before, when I grew up watching The Undertaker, there was nothing in The Undertaker that came across as supernatural to me. When I was growing up, people were telling me at school, like, how he got superpowers from the urn. I always just saw it as a kind of a way of him getting a bit of a boost. Not from a superpower, but like, the way I would explain it is like if your dad passes away and he leaves a watch and you're like really down one day and you're really depressed, or like life's really going against you, you might just be wearing that watch and you might catch a glimpse of that watch, and it might just completely change your mindset. It might completely change your mentality. It might completely change, you know, that half empty glass becomes half full, like that, right? because it's just a little reminder. It's a little thing that just kind of refocuses you, and this exists. These little things in life, they exist. And so I always took it that the urn didn't have these crazy superpowers. It was always just this thing that was there to, give Undertaker a boost. But it doesn't mean that he was drawing superpowers from it. But he could have been, right? And this is where wrestling has really changed. Because when I was growing up, I watched it on my own at home. And there was no internet to talk to people on. No one else in my family cared about wrestling, apart from my cousin, who I would see every few weeks. And so you're kind of left to your own thoughts, really. Like, you watch the show and it is what it is to you. It might be somewhat different to someone else. And it's so interesting. I feel sorry, actually, for the kids growing up watching wrestling now. Because when I grew up watching wrestling, I was just watching it alone with my thoughts. But my thoughts were probably different to many of your thoughts. And so now, I don't think you can really be left so much to your own thoughts, because there's reaction and there's watch-alongs and there's reviews and there's just all this commentary around the shows that, people don't really get left to their thoughts so much anymore. If you did think something, there's a chance your mind may be changed. Like me, like I just said, I can't remember what I thought there you are meant. I can't remember what I thought that was. But after doing that video, people came up with all these different theories. And the two that I just mentioned are the two that really, I was like, oh, that's really good. And that really resonated with me. Well, if I was watching it on my own, I may never have thought of those. And so you end up kind of going down these different paths. We all watch wrestling, I suppose, a slightly different way. I might like a wrestler that you hate, and I might watch their match going, yeah, come on, love this person. I hope they can get the win here. Whereas you might be watching it going, these suck, and I hope they lose, and I hope they lose their job, right? It's interesting how people watch wrestling in different ways. So I get it. I get that the Wyatt Six is not going to be for everyone. I totally understand that. But the only thing I can say is that everything I've seen so far has ticked a box for me, apart from the odd little bit here or there where I've gone, did we need to do that? Like the security guards being draped over the commentary table, and then you see fan footage, camera phone footage of them basically chucking themselves on the table. You go, come on, man, we didn't need to do that. It didn't add anything. Had they have been there or not been there, it wouldn't have made any difference whatsoever. We didn't need to do it. So, apart from those kind of little bits like that, I think it's been really, really good. So, I don't know that we'll ever change people's minds. I just hope that the longer it goes on, the more we show that it's not the supernatural stuff that some people seem to be really down on, or thinking that it is. Hopefully we can show them that it is not that, and we can bring people on board, because I would love to get more people on board. We all want this to work. I don't think there's anyone that doesn't want this to work, that actively really does not want this to work. I think everyone knows it's Bray, it's Bo, it's all of those things, and their relationship. And yeah, I really want it to work out. I really want it to succeed, and so far so good. So those are my thoughts on the Wyatt Six. I wish I could give you more information. I wish I could sit here and say, oh yeah, this is going to happen, that's going to happen, this is where we're going, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I think we know we're going to SummerSlam. What we do after SummerSlam, I haven't got a flipping clue. Whether we keep going with this feud or we start a new feud, what that new feud will look like, I really don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, so far so good. James said, I've been thinking about the There You Are line by Bo and Howdy, and what if that's the new Let Me In? I always took Let Me In as being sort of embrace your darkness, Let me in a way was, I always took that as the Fiend saying, embrace your darker side and, you know, let me take over, right? Which I suppose, in a way, good point, because that kind of relates back to what we said earlier about how everyone's maybe got a bit of the Fiend in them. So I wonder if the There You Are does connect to the Let Me In, right? You know, yeah, that's a really good point, actually, James, because, yeah, they could be the same. Let Me In is the Fiend saying to you, let the darkness take over. I am that darkness. Let me in. Let me in. And then what Chad has done is he has done exactly that. He's let his darkness take over. We saw him being aggressive with Bo. And then you've got Bo going, there you are. So I wonder if this is the next step. I wonder if step one is let me in. And once you've done that, then, you know, you don't say let me in. It's quite clear you've done it. So then the next stage is there you are. Oh, that's a really good point. I wonder if this is the evolution. I wonder if this is the next stage. What happens after you let him in? What happens? Well, once you've let him in, the only thing to do is acknowledge that he's there. And that would be the there you are. I like that. I like that, James. I like that. I might be on something there. Sammy has been feuding with Bron for over a month, said Brony, and now he's teaming with Jay to take on the Judgment Day tonight. There'd better be some big moves tonight to explain how this has come about. Yeah, I hope so. I don't know that that's on the official preview. It isn't. But I have seen that rumor doing the rounds. I think there was a bit of a spoiler sheet that was doing the rounds. I did see that match had been mentioned. Yeah, well, I'm sure they will explain it. It's not on the official preview, so it's not a match that they've announced in advance. But Sammy and Jay are expected to team together tonight. And so because it's not been announced, I would imagine that they will go out of their ways to explain how we got to it. Christopher said, do you believe we need added superstars to Damian Priest versus Gunther to make it worth watching? Doesn't feel like a big SummerSlam match to me with just the two of them. No. Definitely no. My answer will always be no. I'm not... for me, every time you add a superstar, the match gets worse. So if you have a one-on-one match, that's my preference. I'll take a one-on-one match. And if you want to make it juicier, give it a stipulation. Make it a cage match. Make it Hell in a Cell. Make it a street fight. Like, whatever you want to do, add a stipulation to make it a bit juicier. But adding extra superstars just makes the match worse, in my opinion. So if you add an extra superstar, that match is not as good as if it was just going to be one-on-one. Add another superstar to make it a four-way. That match ain't going to be as good as if it was a triple threat or if it was a one-on-one match. Add another one where it's a five-way. That ain't going to be as good as a four-way. Ain't going to be as good as a triple threat. And it certainly ain't going to be good as one-on-one, right? For me, the more people you keep adding, the more it turns into a spot fest, right? All of a sudden, it stops being the steak meal that a one-on-one match is, right? And what I mean by that is that it is special. You don't have it all the time. Maybe some of you do, you spoiled little rascals, right? But a steak meal is meant to be a treat once in a blue moon. You go to a nice steakhouse. Lovely, right? We've had steak at home. I'm not a fan. Not a fan at home. I think that steak, you need like a proper butcher's cut of meat. You need someone that really knows what they're doing when it comes to grilling. Like a proper steakhouse really is what you need, rather than just trying to do it yourself at home, which I'm sure many of you are excellent at. But in this house, we haven't got a flipping clue, right? So it's not the same really when we try to do it ourselves here. So for me, like a one-on-one match is like a steak dinner. It's special. It's something you'll remember, right? if you have a triple threat, a fatal 4-way, a fatal 5-way, for me, this is where you start getting the people on the outside, someone doing the crossbody, and everyone falls down like 10-pin bowling, right? This is where you get the superplex or the power bomb whilst the other person's doing a suplex. So all three people are involved. It's where you get the I'm going to German this guy whilst that guy Germans that guy. And it's like a triple German suplex, yeah? These things are, to be honest, a little bit silly. They're just big spots that make you go, whoa, and then you forget about them, yeah? They don't mean anything. No one sells them. No one's like really selling that. It's just right on to the next spot, on to the next spot, on to the next spot, right? I feel like there's a lack of story when it comes to those kind of multi-person matches compared to a one-on-one match where, I mean, we were watching actually CM Punk against Cena from Money in the Bank 2011, and it got so good. I mean, it built. It was because it wasn't million miles an hour at the start and it was a slower pace at the start, it built. And that's what you get with a great one-on-one match, is it builds, the pace changes. I do find with multi-person matches, it's like 100 miles an hour from the go to the very end. It doesn't have that variation of pace so much that you get in a one-on-one match. So for me, you're not going to be making it a better match by adding extra people in. You're making it a different match. You're making it a spot match. You're making it a match that's going to be a quicker pace. And, you know, maybe it'll be passable in the moment, but I don't think it would be a match that you look back on and are really crazy about. Now, I do have to say there are some really good triple threats and fatal 4-ways, right? Of course there are, right? Of course there are. But by and large, rule of thumb, if you're going to offer me a match, I'll take one-on-one over triple threat or fatal 4-way. In regards to, like, how do we make the match more entertaining? I think what you have to do is you have to really build up Damien. I think Gunther's fine. Gunther can bang. Gunther's a heel. Job done. Damien's your problem. I think you've got to build Damien as a babyface. You've got to build up really, you've got to find a way of people wanting him to win. And there's different ways that you can do that, right? I mean, you could even do something like, say, I mean, this is a bit out there, but you could say, like, you could have Damien do a sit-down interview where he says, do you know the reason why I wanted to be a WWE champion, like to Michael Cole? And Michael could be like, no, I don't think we've ever touched on this. What was it? And he was like, well, I wanted to be a WWE champion because of my grandfather. And it was my grandfather that actually introduced me to wrestling. And he is the person that really kind of set me on my path. He really set me on my way. He was actually the first person to take me to a wrestling show in Puerto Rico. He was the person that really introduced me to this world. And it was our thing. It was our thing. It was what we sat down and watched together. And, you know, I spent quite a bit of time with my grandfather, and it was like, you know, it was our thing. And we went to the odd show, and honestly, Michael, they were just the best days. They were just the best days. To the excitement when I was a kid to go to those shows, you know. And sadly, he's no longer with us now. But before he passed, I said that I wanted to be a champion, and I was going to do it for him. And people won't know this, but his birthday is actually the day after SummerSlam, and there is nothing more important than me having that championship on his birthday. This might sound silly, Michael, but I have to have that championship on that day. It means too much to me, too much to my family. It means everything. I have to be champion on the Sunday, this Sunday. I have to have that championship, right? And Michael, honestly, if I lose it after that day, then, you know, that is life. I know how this business works, but I have to leave SummerSlam with that championship. If he was to go down a road like that, and he was to tell a story that really drew you in, and all of a sudden there's a reason as to why you might want to root for him. There's a reason why you might want him to actually leave SummerSlam with that championship. You might not have cared about him before. You might not have given a flip about him before. Might not have been on your radar before. But all of a sudden now, I think we can all relate to a story like that. And all of a sudden you go, damn, I hope he does that, you know. That would be lovely for him if he was able to do that. And for me, you can look at something like Damian and Gunther, and you can go, oh, I'm not really that bothered by it. But why are you not bothered by it? What's the issue there? Because both of them they're not bad wrestlers. Both of them can wrestle. You know, Damian has the odd botch, but like, they're not bad wrestlers. Certainly Gunther's one of the flipping best on the main roster, right? So you look at it and you go, okay, well, what have we not done? I mean, what I would say is we've been too wishy-washy with Damian, his heel, his face, his heel, his face. Don't know what we're doing every day of the flipping week, right? I think you've got to establish him as the face. Like, it needs to be in no doubt whatsoever. It's got to be loud. It's got to be obvious. It's got to slap you in the face. Some people might think it's OTT to kind of go that far, but I think you've got to do something like that where you make it very obvious to young and old that this is the face, this is the guy, this is the person that we want you to root for, and we're going to give you a reason as to why you should root for him, right? And so I think that you go with something like that. It doesn't have to be that, it could be something like that. And then you really cement him as the guy that you're meant to cheer for. All of a sudden, then the match has got another little crinkle to it, another little wrinkle in there. And spoiler, I'd have Gunther win, right? I'd have Gunther win. I don't think you changed the finish. I would have Gunther win. And think about if Finn was to cost Damian in that match. And think about in that moment, we would know what Finn has just done. He hasn't just cost him the title. He's just ruined his life, really. He's just ruined his life. There's no guarantee Damian gets that world title back. And certainly no guarantee he'll have it on his grandfather's birthday. And Finn has just took all of that away. He's just took all of that away. And then that just sets you up no problem to go into that next feud. Then you're in no doubt whatsoever. Oh my God, Finn's a dead man. Finn is a dead man, and Gunther goes on to have his reign. I wouldn't change the finish because of something like that, but I would try and make the match more engaging, you know. So yeah, no, for me, adding extra people is not the right way forward. Fixing the creative is the right way forward. Making the story more palatable, more engaging. Make it matter, make it mean something. That's the direction that I would take it. Stephen said, Daze, let's just have Punk versus Drew. They want to tear each other apart. There's only 5 matches on the SummerSlam cards. How many more will we get? Well, I don't think they're going to make SummerSlam that big, to be honest, right? I don't think they're going to make SummerSlam that big because SummerSlam 2023... Let's have a look at the number of matches on there. I don't remember that being like a massive card either. I think we're looking at 7. Oh, it's bigger than I thought, you know. I thought it was 7. It was actually 9. So bigger than I thought. I don't know if they haven't... Well, hang on. Hang on a second. Because one of them was a cash-in by EO, right? So I thought it was 7. My memory remembered it as being 7. But actually one of them was EO cashing in. And the match lasted for 8 seconds, right? So you can count that if you want, but I think it's fair to not count it. So 8 is what we were looking at last year. And then, as we said, EO cashed in for an 8-second match and managed to win the Women's Championship, right? So if we've got 5 right now, then probably looking at another 3. Probably looking at another 3. And I don't think the Wyatt 6 match has been made yet. I don't think that's official, is it? We still don't know if it's going to be Bo against Chad or if it's going to be the Wyatt 6 against the Alpha Academy. So that'll be number 6. So then you've got 2 more. And I'm sure there's probably another couple of matches that are in the works that have not been like finalized yet. If we were to sit down and kind of go through everything. So yeah, I think we're probably not too far away, to be honest. I reckon we'll get something official tonight. I thought that we would maybe get one official last week with the whole Alpha Academy Wyatt 6 thing, but at the moment we got Damian Priest against Gunther, we got Bayley against Nia Jax, we got Liv against Rhea, we got Cody against Solo, and we got Logan against LA Knight. All title matches, actually. So World Heavyweight, Undisputed, Women's Worlds, WWE Women's, United States. Don't know what we're going to do with Sammy. Don't know if the IC title will be defended on that show. If it is, that would be number 6. Then you got Wyatt's. That would be number 7. And then you just need one more. And I'm sure there's, I don't know, I mean, there's no Judgment Day on there, for example. There's no... Aren't the tag... I don't know when the tag match is. So we've got that tag gauntlet match on Friday on SmackDown. The winners will get a shot at the tag titles, but I don't know when that is. So DIY against probably the Bloodline, I would think. DIY against the Bloodline, that might make it onto that cards. They could always do it on, say, the Friday before. Sometimes they do it on a SmackDown, don't they? But that could be another option. So honestly, we're there or thereabouts. And I think the card looks good. I think it looks good. I think, like, Logan Paul against LA Knight, I think we're going to get a new champ. Cody against Solo, it's not the match we wanted, but we should get Roman coming back. Then we've got Liv against Rhea. Could it have had a better build? I mean, it's been brilliant. Granted, Rhea coming back was a bit flat, but still been great. Then we've got Bayley, Nia Jax. You've got the Tiffany cashing in situation. It's not the most exciting match in the world, is it really? But... Tiffany cashing in. You got that floating around. And Damian against Gunther. I love Gunther, to be honest, and I think he wins it. So I'm excited to see Gunther finally reach the pinnacle. Maybe not the very pinnacle. The very pinnacle is the Undisputed, but pretty close to the pinnacle. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're at the top of the mountain. There's just one little bump that's a bit higher. That's the Undisputed. So I think Gunther gets it. Although we was talking, there were some people saying maybe he doesn't because of Bash in Berlin, which is the next one after SummerSlam, and maybe that's where he gets it. So there's maybe a chance that he doesn't get it at SummerSlam. We'll have to wait and see. Right, saw there was a super chat that came in. Nita Nitro, shout out to you. Said Shockwave made a great Wyatt 6 point. What was that point? Wrestling Russ said, good day, Daze and community. Wrestling Russ, hope you are well, my friends. Hello, hello, hello. Big Time said, Daze, the most boring SmackDown last week, did 2.3. It was slightly down from last week's 2.3. Year on year, SmackDown last 3 months is actually beating last year's in comparison when the Bloodline story got super hot. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. This is where it's difficult, isn't it? Because, I mean... sometimes the show quality is not reflected in the ratings. I mean, that's a truth that we've known for a long time. I mean, I heard, for example, that AEW Dynamite last week was really good. Certainly the Ospreay MJF match. Everyone was raving about that. People were like, did you see it? Did you see it, right? And everyone that I've seen that have watched it have said it's one of the best matches in Dynamite history, let alone of this year, right? Go all the way back in Dynamite history, and it's one of the best matches. And it took an hour of the show. So half of the show was given over to one of the best matches in Dynamite history. That show came out as a 798. Now, it's not that long ago that a 798 would have been disastrous for AEW. I mean, do you remember when, was it the Big Business show where we finally got Sasha and we were waiting for that number because I thought it would do 870, 880. The average had been 850. So I thought, well, it's going to go up by 20,000, 30,000. You know, it's going to be something like that. I didn't think it'd do the million, but I was like, it's going to go up a bit. And then when the number came out, we could not believe it. Could not believe it. When the number came out, it was a true shock. And the number came out at like 795. And it had actually gone under 800,000. It had actually slipped under 800,000, right? And really, since that point, they have been consistently under 800,000. There may have been the odd week where they've dipped over, but I think 99% of it, it's been under 800,000. Now we're at the point where they can put on one of their best matches in their history, and all they do is just get back to that kind of 795, 798 range. And they'd promoted it a week in advance. They didn't just spring it on people. A lot of people were saying, why are you doing this? This is a pay-per-view. This is one of the biggest matches you can make. It's a pay-per-view level match. Why are you just putting it on Dynamite? They promoted it in advance. Maybe not for weeks in advance, but they promoted it in advance. And they end up with this 795, 798. And to be honest, you know, I do look at stuff like that, and it's like, well, if life was fair, that probably would have got a better rating, because everyone tells me it was amazing and you should watch it, and it was, you know, we're back and all this kind of stuff, you know. So if life was fair, then, you know, it should have got a better rating. The truth is, if you're hot, you're hot. If you're cold, you're cold. And I just think they're a little bit cold at the moment. Maybe they can build, and that could be a stepping stone towards coming back into the 800s, yeah? But I don't know. I really don't know. Are they going to kick on from there? Are they going to keep putting on banging matches? Are they going to win people back? Are they going to climb back up? You know, for their sake, I hope so. But it's a case of, like, I just think they're a little bit cold at the moment. This has not been a kind year to them. And so, as a result, they get what they get. WWE, I think SmackDown was average at best. Right? A lot of people said it was a 4 out of 10 show. It was a rubbish show. Like Triple H. There was a meme we looked at on Unseen the other day, which I loved. It's got that woman in the pool, and she's like trying to catch the baby. She's like, come on, baby. And then over at the side, you got a baby drowning, right? So the mum's caring about that one, and the other one's just left to fend for itself. And obviously people had put the mum as Triple H, the baby that she was looking after was Raw, and the one that was drowning was SmackDown. So, and I thought it was a really good meme. I thought it was really funny, because isn't it funny how we can watch a show. I don't look at what people are saying about shows. It's you and me. It's this community, and we react live to what's happening. And it's just so funny that we can, like, oh God, this show's a bit flat in it. There's not really much going on here. Like, and then you have a look, and like the reaction's the same. People are saying the same. People are creating memes like that, you know? So it's really interesting how, like, we watch it and we feel a certain way, and then you look online at people that are outside of our community that have felt exactly the same. So I kind of feel like SmackDown is struggling. I feel like it's a bit repetitive. I think that the ending saved it a little bit. The beatdown of Kevin, and the week before the beatdown of Randy. Really, outside of that, there ain't loads that's going on. I enjoyed Andrade Carmelo, but I can't. No one can look at that and tell me that SmackDown deserves 2.3, but Raw only deserves 1.7. You know, no one can tell me that Raw is not the best show at the moment. It is. It just is. It's got the Liv Dom stuff going on. It's got the Wyatt 6 stuff going on. It's got, like, lots, like, Elia doing his thing on that show. Braun coming through on that show. Like, for me, Raw is the show. This is, like, my favorite time of the week right now. So, you know, if we lived in a fair world, then Raw would be getting 2.3. SmackDown would be getting flipping 1.5. Dynamite probably should have got 1 million. It's just not the way it goes, is it? It's just, you know, when you're hot, you're hot. When you're cold, you're cold. But what I would say is that if they keep churning out SmackDowns like they are, I don't think they'll be sticking at that 2.3 for long, you know? I think, like, you can get away with a few of those shows, but You ain't going to get away with 7-8 weeks worth of those shows. So you've got to find a way of picking it up a little bit. But listen, we are potentially a week and a half away from flipping Roman Reigns returning, you know? We're not far away from the big dog coming back, the tribal chief, the real tribal chief. And that should change the game. So it's one of those, it is what it is. Sometimes these numbers just don't make the most amount of sense. Joe said, I'm not sure if we've touched on this, but do we see the Wyatt Six getting involved in the triple threat tag team match since the Creeds and Alpha Academy are in it? Not really. It depends if they're not in it, are they? Isn't it? I thought it was Xavier, Otis. Is that one? It's different. When we're talking about Alpha Academy, who are we talking about? If we're talking about Otis, Tozawa, Xavier, and that match, no. If we're talking about anything to do with the Creeds and, like, say, the new Alpha Academy, or I don't know what they're getting called, maybe Alpha Academy. Perhaps we're just running with 2 at the moment. Perhaps Otis and Tozawa aren't Alpha Academy anymore. But anything to do with the Creeds and Chad, yes. Anything to do with Otis, Tozawa, no. Unless Chad gets involved. But, yeah, I think anything to do with the Creeds, anything to do with Chad's, you're going to have your eyes peeled. Because we're definitely building to a SummerSlam match. Definitely. No videotape has been delivered this week, though. I don't know if there's going to need to be another videotape delivery, but then we've not had a tweet. So I don't know that there's any tape at all. The tapes might be done for now. It would be a bit weird to hear from Bo and Rowan and not Nikki and not Gacy and not... But perhaps they come further down the road. Perhaps for now they just want to do these 2 and that's it. And the rest will be after SummerSlam. I don't know. It's difficult to know what to expect. The only thing I'd say is that obviously these groups facing at SummerSlam, I'm very much expecting that. NXT has been better than SmackDown these past few weeks, says Bailey. Shockwave said it is quiet because it's Dexter's turn and he doesn't speak. I still think he would do sit down because they would just have him draw. The way that he tends to communicate is through draw him. So I think that when it's time for Dexter's, I think he will draw his out. I don't think we would just not do one. I think we would do it, but he would draw. Or he would just write the words out and he would communicate that way. Because we still need to see who it is because a lot of people are learning about who these people are. There's people out there, believe it or not, I know it's hard to believe, but there are people out there that don't know who this group are, right? They don't know because they didn't follow Nightbirds. They don't, and I can believe it, you know, because if wrestling is a show that you enjoy watching once in a while, you don't, you know, if you're in and it's on, you'll put it on, but you don't really go out your way to watch it every week. There'll be people out there that don't know, won't have followed Nightbirds. They won't have gone on to like YouTube and Twitter, and it seems unfathomable, doesn't it, that like you could avoid wrestling YouTube videos, or unfathomable that you could avoid like WWE posts. But I suppose the only way I can like explain it is I don't watch Marvel, right? I've not seen a single Marvel movie. Is that a lie? Is that a lie? I've seen bits of like Thor. No, I don't think I've watched a single Marvel movie. Not all the way through. Thor was on once and I was watching bits of it. I thought it was rubbish. And I'm just not a Marvel person, right? I've never watched Avengers. I've never watched Iron Man. I've never watched, I don't know, Pikachu, whatever they're called, right? I have no interest in it. Nothing for me. So it's been a rough ride when it's come to cinema over the past 20 odd years for me, because there's been all these Marvel films every summer, everyone getting excited, the cinemas are full with them. I don't give a flip. So for me, for some people out there, it might be unfathomable how can you not have seen a film? They're on TV all the time. It's the only thing that's in the cinemas. How could you not have seen a film? How could you not have seen all the fan art and the fan movies and the Marvel YouTube channels and the breakdown videos and the theory videos and the whole world that goes with Marvel? How could you not have interacted with that? And the answer is, it's actually quite easy if you don't ever search for it or ever look for it, or it never comes up in my algorithm. I never get news on it. I never get recommended it. Like, the algorithm just knows there's no point. It just knows I'm wasting my time if I recommend him this Iron Man thing or whatever. I just never ever get recommended it. So if you're someone that watches wrestling once in a while, but you never like go out your way to search for it, the Google algorithm will just go, oh, here, Brian, he loves watches. Here's some watches. He loves cars. Here's some cars. He loves politics. Here's some politics. And so his internet will be full of those things, and it won't be full of WWE stuff, right? So Brian and other people out there ain't got a flipping clue who's in the Wyatt family. They haven't got a flipping clue. And actually, even when you show Brian who's in the Wyatt family, there's a chance Brian won't know. Because there's a chance Brian never saw Dexter Lumis, right? So I still think for those people, for the Brians out there, you need to reveal who these people are so that they at least can start to understand. Okay, I might not know who that person is, but at least I know now who it is. It's not, I don't know, Braun Strowman, or it's not whoever. It's this Dexter person. Okay, got it. So we've got the Rowan guy, we've got the Dexter guy, we've got the Bo Dallas guy, and you reveal the identities. So I think there's a need to do a Dexter sit-down interview so that we can show Brian's as to who they are, and we can really get everyone onto the same page. We know, because we knew from the start who was in it, and obviously there was leaks, and then you learn stuff during Nightbirds, and then obviously you get, we knew anyway, didn't we? I think, like, even at the start, if we were to talk about a group, I think we would have been there or thereabouts. It's funny, actually, because I saw an old video that I did where I was talking about the theory of who people thought the puppets were when Bray first came back, right? Now, I never thought the puppets were wrestlers, right? I really, really didn't, because I took one look at those costumes and I was like, they're not robust enough. Those costumes, they're just fabric that are just like, it looks temporary. Those do not look like costumes that have been like put together with a lot of love and care. They feel like they've been put together quite quickly, and they feel quite temporary, and they don't feel like the kind of costumes that people are going to be wearing on a permanent basis. So I really didn't think that we would see those puppets again. Lo and behold, actually, we did once at the Rumble, but forget that. So I was never really on board with trying to figure out who was playing the characters. I just thought it was enhancement talent. I just thought it was people from NXT or local talent that were doing it just as part of Bray's entrance. But some people did think it was wrestlers. And because of the body sizes, the names that were being mentioned back in 2022, when Bray first returned, people thought that the Abby was Alexa. They thought that Mercy was Grayson Waller. They thought that Huskus was Joe Gacy. They thought that, which was the other one? What they thought, what was it? Rambling Rabbit? They thought was Dexter Lumis. Like, it's funny how they were actually, even back in 2022, before this group had come together, it's funny how the guesses were actually really close to the group we've ended up getting. Alexa's gonna be in it. Dexter's in it. Rowan came back. Joe Gacy is in it. The only one that didn't go the way people thought was Grayson. But I think Grayson was only included because he wears those Hawaiian shirts, just like how Mercy wears those Hawaiian shirts. So people were like, and he's, quite tall. He's not a small guy. He's got a bit of height to him. So that's kind of why people had Grayson in the mix. But no, I think the group we've ended up with is the right way forward. I do still expect interviews for all of them for the reasons that we've just laid out. But I don't know that we're getting one this week. Joe said, I'm not sure if we touched on it. Do you see Wyatt 6 get involved in Triple Threat? Touched on that. Thomas said, in better lighting, the outfits were better than I imagined, especially Nikki's mask. It was phenomenal. Yeah, these costumes are much, much, much better. Clearly, you're not going to wrestle in that rabbit mask, right? So anyone thinking, how do you wrestle in that? You ain't gonna, right? And you ain't going to wrestle in the Mercy mask. And that's another reason as to why we need to show the person underneath, because they're going to have to take their masks off. Maybe Huskus could compete in his, but I don't think so. And I don't think Nikki can compete in hers because her mouth is covered, and I still don't know how it's attached. If it was straps, that would be one thing. But as we've said before, it could be like Asuka, where she's got a mouthpiece. So she's got the mask and then there's like a bit that comes out. So to hold it in place, you bite onto the mouthpiece and then that hards it in front of you without any straps. So you ain't going to wrestle like that, are you? You ain't going to wrestle with your mouth like that and a flipping mask on your face. So I can't see Nikki wearing hers. I don't think Huskus would wear his because I don't know that he can breathe very well. Certainly you ain't wrestling with the Rambling Rabbit one, and you ain't wrestling with the Mercy one. So all of them masks are going to have to come off, I think, when it's time to wrestle. And but they are built a lot better. They look a lot more expensive. They look like a lot more time has gone into it. The others felt very just paper mache. To be perfectly honest, they felt very like, do you know what I mean? Something that you could make at home. Paper mache. They were very good. And I'm sure they took a lot of work and a lot of time, but not on the level of the masks that we're seeing now. Again, just like Thomas said, with Nikki's, it's got all the kintsugi, like all the cracks in the mask that have been fixed with the gold kind of in between. It looks so good. It looks so good. And we saw as well, didn't we, in the video, Detective of Wrestling saw that the Nikki one has got the two lines here, which might not seem like anything, but there has been people getting in touch with me going, how many times? Do you know what? It's funny. Some people get in touch with me going, how many times do I have to tell you this? Like, they're getting upset with me. How many times do I have to tell you? That is not Abby the Witch, right? I'm like, no, I think it is. I think it is. Because I think this is meant to be all the puppets brought to life. So I think it is. They're like, no, it's not, because she didn't have cracks in her mask. And it's like, yeah, but I think it's kind of evolved. And I think those two lines pretty much confirm that it's meant to be based on Abby, because of those would be the lines where the mouth would obviously open, you know? So little touches like that, little details like that. And then like the little details on the Rowan stuff with the mask on the back, which is the Harper mask from the Bludgeon Brothers, the Wyatt logo, the mallet, even the rabbit thing. It's not just paper mache. It's got all fur on it and whiskers and all this kind of, like, it's got a lot of detail. So yeah, they've done a brilliant job with the presentation of this group. I do think that some people look at those masks and maybe they're a bit too good and they're a bit too elaborate, and some people look at them and go, what the hell's going on here? Like, maybe some people would have coped better if it was a bit more rough and ready. If it was if the masks were more subtle, you know? I do think that maybe has been a barrier for some people. But honestly, it's just a presentation thing, and once it's time to wrestle, I believe they'll take it off, and then, you know, off we go. Hopefully then people will get, some people that have struggled with it may get on board with it, because you keep hearing, like, how are they meant to wrestle in the masks? How are they going to wrestle in the mask? Well, they're probably not, are they? Did you think about that? How about they might not? Boomers. Goddamn boomers. Right. Nita Nitro said, the Shockwave point was a great point. What if we haven't heard from the Wyatts because Dexter's turn and he is notoriously quiet? I think we touched on that. I like the thought, the fact that, like, oh, it's Dexter's turn, so, you know, he doesn't say anything, so we're going to skip it. But I don't think you would do that. I think there's a need to show who's under the mask. There's a need to identify that person. There's a need, and he can still communicate. He communicates through drawing, and he communicates through words, and so there's still a way of communicating, even though he doesn't talk. Jake Campbell said Howdy can wrestle in his. He's the only one, which is ironic. Jake, yeah, I agree, he can. He's, I mean, first of all, he's got his mouth exposed. I don't think any of the others have their mouth exposed. I think he is the only one with his mouth exposed. So he would be able to wrestle in his because he can breathe. Getting oxygen in is obviously going to be integral. Certainly if you're in a war and you're like battling away and you're getting beat down and you're trying to get air in, you're trying to get oxygen in. If you've got like all this covered over with mask and everything, I mean, oh God. We might be getting Wyatt 6 members passing out in the corner. So yeah, Howdy I think is in a better place, much better place. I don't know though. I mean, I think he will wrestle as Howdy, but I don't think he'll wrestle as Howdy all the time. I think we've actually took a few steps in recent weeks to show that Bo is Bo and he's a person, and he had a meeting with Adam Pearce and he went to the ring as Bo and he got beat down by, we've kind of had him out there, and I think we'll continue to do that. I think Howdy will be something we definitely see, but maybe not on a regular basis. Certainly not wrestling, but I think he will wrestle. And I think you're right. I think he can wrestle in that mask. Ryan said, evening. Evening. Hope you're well. Just an idea. Oh, I love ideas. Let's go. Do we think that we could have Brock come back? Well, I haven't read the rest of this comment yet, but my answer at the moment is going to be no. Let's see what the rest of the comment says. Do you think Brock could come back with Roman because of Paul Heyman? What's your thoughts? Yeah, no. I think there's a couple of things going on here. I think you've got fan booking, which is one thing. People are like, oh my God, this would be brilliant to bring Brock back because he was a Heyman guy and Roman's a Heyman guy, and they've just messed up Paul Heyman, and oh man, we could bring both of these guys back. Imagine them as a team, and like they could mess up this new bloodline, and like this would be Heyman getting the last laugh, right? I feel like you've got that really exciting. I'm totally into I'm into that as well. Everything about that sounds great. I think you got that. But then sadly over this side, you've got the whole Janelle Grant stuff. So you've got that lawsuit, which Brock is a part of. And there's a whole federal investigation going on into that. It was all obviously put out there by Janelle Grant's side, all the text messages and like, wasn't it, I don't know how many pages of this lawsuit, this kind of, legal documentation that got released. But obviously then Brock's become a part of that. So, he is out of the Rumble. He is out of WrestleMania. We have not seen him since any of that broke. The case, even though it's gone quiet, it's far from over. It's not even started. I mean, that case is actually on hold, the Janelle Grant stuff with Vince, because the federal government have now gone, oh, do you know what? We should probably look at this. This looks interesting. This looks like something pretty serious has gone on here. We might be interested in having a look, seeing if we want to investigate this. So the feds are now looking into it, right? The federal government, the US federal government has gone, so they're now looking at it. So the whole Janelle Grant lawsuit has not even started. It's not even started. It's not even begun. And Brock is obviously involved in that. I mean, my understanding from memory is that there was obviously a woman that worked at Titan Towers. Vince got her the job, and they sort of started a relationship. And then, of course, he started to like persuade her to do stuff and got other people to involved. And obviously, there's like, she says that she felt pressured into doing things that she didn't want to do, obviously of a very sexual basis. And I know that a lot of you will have heard the allegations, will know about the allegations. It's really serious stuff, right? Really serious stuff. One of the things that's meant to have happened is that I believe a video of her doing like, you know, sexually explicit things was recorded and then given to Brock. And that was kind of like a bit of a sweetener for him signing, like sign with us, you know, you're going to have this. And I'll tell you what else I can do for you. You know, such and such, I can get her to do this for you. And it was kind of like that. And I mean, part of me, I don't know, part of me, I wasn't there, so I don't want to say I feel sorry for Brock, but like, how much did Brock want that? Do you know? How much did he ask for that? What if he went, no, I don't want that. I don't need that. But Vince sent it anyway. I mean, I don't want to paint Brock out as being like innocent in all of this, but because I wasn't there and I don't know. But I have always wondered that about Brock. How involved was he? How involved was he? How much, whose idea was it for all that? None of this has come out. We don't know. I don't know. None of this has come out. We haven't had the case yet. And this is a case that still needs to go to court. It's still being investigated by the feds. I mean, we're dealing with serious stuff. And I just can't see any way that Brock comes back whilst this is happening. I can't see any way that Brock comes back. So you've got the fan kind of side, which is like, yeah, the case thing, I've heard a bit about that, but whatever. Wouldn't it be amazing if we did this, this, and this? In the real world, we've got like this pretty serious legal thing happening, which I just think, you know, if he comes back, there'll be a lot of people that I think will be on board with it. But you'll have plenty of people that will speak out. And I think that speaking out movement would grow. The reason I say that is because a lot of the people that I think would be on board with it maybe don't know the full details or didn't like look into the case that much or don't really know everything that's happened. They just want Brock back, you know? There might be a lot of kids that want Brock back, a lot of adults that didn't really look into the legal case, that don't really know about any of that stuff. They just want Brock back. It would be cool for the story. I think if Brock came back, those people that have read the legal documents and know the situation, those people would obviously be very vocal. I think that information then would get shared around. I think then some people that maybe didn't know would know, and then they would start to think, was it right to bring him back? And then I could see it being a case where, you know, it goes and it swells, and that's the predicament WWE are in. That's the predicament. WWE are sat there right now, I would imagine, having conversations about, can we use him? Can we not use him? I don't know. I don't know where their heads at in regards to like, can we, can't we? I think if they did, then they would be basically accepting that there's going to be a backlash. They'd be accepting that there's going to be people that are going to have a problem with this, and there's going to be some bad PR coming their way. If he came back, I have no doubt about that whatsoever. If he comes back at SummerSlam, there will be people that are celebrating it, and there will be people that will be getting those documents, and they will be spreading them all over the internet. And you know what cancel culture is like, and they will be like, oh, what a good move, WWE. You've just brought back this sexual predator, blah, 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 right? Again, it's allegations. It's all in the thing. Nothing's been proven. I don't even know how much involved he was. But this is where we are. So I just don't see how you bring him back. I don't see how you bring him back, because you're just opening a whole can of worms for yourself. And that has got, you know, that could play out over the weekend. It could generate a lot of bad PR. WWE's got good momentum at the moment. Think of the sponsors. If you're a sponsor, you know, do you want to sponsor a show that's got Brock Lesnar on it? with what he's kind of caught up with. You know, don't forget, it was the sponsors pulling out that kind of ended Vince. You know, who was it that pulled out? Someone pulled out of one of the shows. I forget who it was, but someone pulled out of one of the shows, and they started to lose sponsors because Vince had not been removed. And it was very quick from that point that Vince was gone. But he seemed to be standing firm until the sponsors started to go. And this is the problem. No one knows if he's done it, if he hasn't done it. No one knows if he's guilty, not guilty. But it's the public perception that's a very real thing, isn't it? And then once you start losing the sponsors, it's a slippery slope. That's what did it for Vince. So, why would you say to someone that loves professional wrestling but considers it a guilty pleasure and is scared of people? What would you say to someone who loves professional wrestling? I'd say, well done. But considers it a guilty pleasure, I'd say, why? And is scared of people being aware that they're interested in it. I would say that that is an issue that that person has. I would say that that person, if they love wrestling and they consider it a guilty pleasure, I would say that they are probably worried that their friends are going to make fun of them for watching wrestling, right? And that's probably because their friends are not into it, yeah? Then their friends don't care about it. So what I would say is, why would you worry about sharing something that you're passionate about with your friends if it's something that you really enjoy? Like, the guilty pleasure thing is really funny, isn't it? Because I feel like I understood why it was a guilty pleasure back in the day. I don't really get why it's a guilty pleasure now. I feel like the world just maybe hasn't caught up. And I think that's a problem with the world rather than people that watch wrestling. So the reason why I say that is because when I was young, wrestling was trying to pretend that it was real, yeah? And so I would watch it as a kid, and I didn't know if it was real or fake, right? I didn't know. I thought it was real. When I was growing up, first year or two, I thought it was real. I thought everything I was watching was legit, right? It took my cousin to tell me that it was like scripted. That then you start looking at it and you go, huh? And then of course you start hearing like rumors and other people saying it, and then you start noticing a few things that look a bit off, and that's it then, yeah. But when you're a kid, you don't really notice those things, and I believed it. And I think that because of that deception, right, I think that when I was growing up, I suppose I can understand why, because people are like, you watch wrestling, what, you still believe it's real, kind of thing, you know? That to me is where it came from. That's where the reputation has come from. It's come from that. It's sort of like people that don't watch wrestling, they feel like they know the truth, and they feel like maybe you haven't worked it out yet. It's like, you watch wrestling? This is why if you speak to someone that doesn't watch wrestling, 9 times out of 10 you'll get, it's not real. Like, they'll tell you that and you go, what? What? No, what? No way. It's what? It's not real. Oh my God, thank you for telling me. Oh my God. But I think that's a hangover from the past. Because I think that's where wrestling was. A lot of people might not know, kids that are watching might not know that wrestling really worked hard before the internet at trying to convince you that it was real. In 2008, was in Birmingham, stumbled across the wrestlers who WWE happened to be in a hotel in Birmingham, city centre, UK. They'd just done a show the night before. And as the wrestlers were coming out, all the heels went onto one coach, all the faces went onto another coach. There was a rule that if you are in a feud with someone, you can't be seen traveling with them. I've told the story before of how Hacksaw Jim Duggan and the Iron Sheik got pulled over, got in massive trouble, made the newspapers because they were traveling together and they were in a red hot feud. Iron Sheik hated America. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Mr. America, waving the flag, and they're in a car traveling together to the next town. Like, what? I mean, wrestling worked so hard to protect itself and to make sure that people, again, Dr. David Schultz, there was that reporter, wasn't there, that's on Dark Side, where he went up and said, but it's all fake, isn't it? Said to Dr. David Schultz backstage, I think it was Madison Square Garden, at a WWE show, WWF back in the 80s, said to him, it's like, Dr. David Schultz ended up dealing with this reporter and flipping, just the whole thing blew up because saying the word fake to a wrestler was a big no-no. Like, wrestling works so hard at keeping that pretense up. I've told the stories about Kamala and how he never told his wife that it was fake. And, she would go off on him because he'd always lose his matches. And, you'd be making more money if you would win your matches, And she used to go off on Kamala when he got home. And then he won a $10,000 battle royal, and he thought she'd be pleased. He got back home, and she was pleased. And she was like, where's the money? And he was like, oh, my God, now I've got to explain that it wasn't really for $10,000. So I sort of feel like wrestling has got that in the past where if you don't watch wrestling, you kind of go, you do know it's fake, don't you? But I just don't think that exists now. Wrestling doesn't even try anymore. We're doing behind the scenes, flipping documentaries of WrestleMania. There's shoot interviews all over the internet. You got Jim Cornette revealing what's happened in the past. You got Undertaker flipping revealing what's happened in the Undertaker. Used to be Mr. Kayfabe. You'd never see Undertaker doing shoot interviews. Now he's flipping got his own podcast revealing everything that's gone on. You've got, obviously, Jim Ross. You got Bruce Pritchard. I mean, that's all out the window. And I sort of feel like the rest of the world doesn't know that change has happened over the last 20-odd years. I feel like people that don't watch wrestling still think that, we're all meant to be believing that it's real. So what I would say is, I don't think it's your problem. I really don't. I think if you've got friends that are like, you watch wrestling, I would be really interested to go, yeah, what's the issue? Where's the problem? What is the comeback? What is the comeback? Well, in my head, the comeback is, it's fake. And that just kind of shows you how out of touch people are with where wrestling is in 2024. It just shows how out of touch people are. What can they say? What can they say? Where's the issue? It's got good storylines. I mean, not always, but it tries to have good storylines. It's got athleticism. It's got great moments of drama. It's got great moments of comedy. It's a comfort blanket that's there for you on a Monday, on a Tuesday. If you want to watch AEW, it's on a Wednesday. If you want to watch TNA, it's on a Thursday. And if you want to watch SmackDown, it's on a Friday. I mean, you're not really getting that from like Marvel, because with Marvel, I'm sure there's TV shows. I don't know that there's a different one on every day, and I don't know like how often their films come out, a couple of times a year. But with wrestling, it's a comfort blanket that's there every night of the week if you want it, and you've got this whole wealth of stuff to dig into in the past, And I don't get why it has to be a guilty pleasure. I do understand in the past why it was treated that way, as we said, because I think there was this kind of element of deception. There was this element of, we're not really telling you the truth. And then, of course, you had people find out that it was all fake. And now people just think like they're better than it for some reason, which is really strange. It's really strange. The only thing I could compare it to is, like, imagine if movies presented every one of their films as a documentary. Every one was meant to be real. Every movie was meant to be real. And then eventually you find out that they're not. They've been scripted all along, right? That level of deception would probably upset people. There'd be people that would be like, I ain't watching them now. I ain't watching them. Like, that's, you know, I can't believe they were trying to get away with that. I can't believe they were lying to us. Like, people would feel deceived. And I can only put it down to that. That's the only reason as to why I think you get the reaction that you get. Granted, in the past, there's been some stupid stuff as well, like, of course. But it's funny how so many people will, you know, I was listening to an interview with, like, the England team, and they got onto the topic of wrestling. And they're like, did you used to watch wrestling back in the day? And they're like, yeah, man, Stone Cold and Kane. And, like, it's weird how that Attitude Era has got this real affection. It's funny how the people that are like, oh, you watch wrestling? Probably the same people where you go, yeah, what, you've never heard of Kane, never heard of Stone Cold, never heard of The Rock, you know? I bet they'd be a bit like, yeah, you know, they'd be down with them people. Because for some reason at that time, it was cool. It was cool and it was accepted. And that was a brief period where, I don't know, it became cool. It became accepted. Like, people were on board with it. But that ain't your fault, is it? That ain't your fault. How other people view it has got nothing to do with your enjoyment of it. So, I don't know. I mean, what I would say is, if you like wrestling and you view it as a guilty pleasure, I would say that's a bit of a shame, because it's not your fault. It's other people's perception of it that I think is wrong and out of date. And I could understand that, like, how do you tackle that, you know? How do you, but if they're friends, then, all right, they might make fun of you at first because they don't get it, but eventually they might get it. Eventually, some of them might even grow to like it if you show them a couple of bits. I don't know how friendly they are if they come round, if you've got the network, whatever. But I mean, like, my cousins don't watch it. Obviously, they know that I do and that we do this. They, you know, they don't make fun of me, of course. And actually, they'd be quite happy for me to show them the odd bit. My brother doesn't watch it. He doesn't make fun of me about it. Like, you know, I actually show him a few bits. I'm like, oh my God, you've got to watch this moment at the end of WrestleMania 40. And he's like, go on then. So I show it him, and obviously you've got Cena, and then you've got Rock, and then you've got Undertaker, and he's like, damn, yeah, cool. And he doesn't watch it. Doesn't give a flip. Never been to a show. Never watched an episode of Raw. Doesn't give a flip. But he's not one of those people that's closed-minded. He's not one of those people that, like, can't, you know, accept it. I don't know. I feel sorry for your friends, really, if they haven't got the ability to kind of open their mind a little, especially when it's just such out of date thinking, I think. Slim Jim, people telling me Slim Jim, thank you. Yeah, Slim Jim. It was Slim Jim that pulled out of the sponsorship before. And that's what did it for Vince, really. Before that Slim Jim pull out, he was hanging on, weren't he, like a flipping barnacle. But once Slim Jim pulled out, I mean, that was a shot fired. You know, all of a sudden we're losing sponsors. Ryan said, if we see Roman come back, how would you book him? I would have him spare all the bloodline and tell them he's the real tribal chief. And I love your videos, says Ryan. Ryan, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. You're actually jumping all over one of my opinion videos that's coming up, which is fine. I'll let you off. But we did jot down a few thoughts for opinion videos, and one of them was, how would you book Roman's return? So that should be coming up on the second channel at some point this week. I mean, for me personally, I think what I would do is I would have Solo win the match against Cody, but I'd have it be by DQ or a count out or something like that, right? I think we need to build Solo as a threat because he's had a horrible year. And a lot of people are saying that he's not a threat, right? He's a fake tribal chief. He doesn't deserve to be tribal chief. So I think he has to look good in that match with Cody. He has to. He has to smash Cody around. I think that Cody should get through with the belt, but it should be skin of the teeth stuff. I mean, I would even have Cody after SummerSlam cutting a promo where he says, like, honestly, I don't know how that match would have gone had it have not gone the way that it finished, basically. If it's a count out, for example, say both guys get counted out or Cody gets counted out. Cody loses the match, but he keeps the title. I think we're at a point where, considering what's coming down the road, we have to build Solo. We have to. We can't have him just lose to Cody. Because for me, we're going to be doing this whole bloodline thing, and we've got to have Solo be big and strong and credible. So I personally would have Solo win the match, win it by, say, count out. DQ would be difficult. You could do it because, of course, you could have Randy come down or something like that, you know? It could be that Cody's being attacked, but the ref's being distracted. Randy comes down to even up the scores. Ref spots Randy and DQs Cody, right? Cody can then say, honestly, I don't know how that match would have played out. I don't know how that match would have gone. And then you, obviously, you have the bloodline beating up Cody, beating up, Solo, super angry. He's just won the match and he's not champion. Mate, he's being robbed. He's just won the match and he's not got the belt. Nah, that's going to push him over the edge. And so you have the bloodline flip and go bananas on Cody, on Randy. And then all of a sudden you get, ladies and gentlemen, mate, the place will erupt as Paul Heyman comes out. My name is Paul Heyman, right? The thing is, the problem you might have in that moment is you can't just have Roman on his own. Because if you've got the bloodline and you've got Solo, you've got Jacob, you've got Tama, and you've got Tonga. I mean, mate, I don't know if you bring Tama and Tonga lower down. Maybe you just have Solo and Jacob. Because the problem is when Heyman comes back, he can bring back Roman, yeah. I think you could bring Jimmy back in that moment as well, right? And show Jimmy is back with Roman. That would be okay. You can bring them both back at the same time. You bring Jimmy out first. He gets this big reaction. Yeah, Jimmy's back. Everyone knows who's coming out next, though, right? And then, of course, he brings back Roman. And you've got Jimmy and Roman. They can come down. Those two can deal with Solo and Jacob. They can deal with those. 2-on-2, that's fine. If you've got 4, though, Tama, Tonga Loa, Solo, and Jacob, then you're going to need 4 that Heyman's going to bring out. That's going to mean Sammy and Jay. And I don't know if you want to bring Roman back and unite the bloodline all in that same moment. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot in it. That's a lot to bring Roman back and Jimmy and then out of nowhere introduce Sammy and Jay. That's a lot. I mean, don't forget, you do have Cody and Randy potentially down at ringside, right? They have just been beaten up, but they are there. So could Heyman provide a distraction where Solo's kind of looking to see what's happening, so's Jacob, and that might just give Cody and Randy some time to recover. By the time that Roman and Jimmy have come down to the ringside area, could we have Cody and Randy standing with them? That might be a better way forwards. Because then on the outside, you've got Cody, Randy, Jimmy, and Roman. In the ring, you've got Solo, Jacob, Tama, and Tonga. And then it's 4-4. And, like, the crowd will be going bananas. And the great thing about that is you can do Jay and Sammy join in that group after SummerSlam. You know, we can see Roman trying to figure out with Jimmy the best way forwards, you know, and they can reach an agreement like, I think we're going to have to reach out. he might not want to come back, but I think we're going to have to do it. And they might not say his name, but they can heavily imply that they mean Jay. And then maybe on Raw, they show up. Roman's music just hits and they confront Jay. And there's this emotional moment maybe where Jay kind of turns them down, gets out the ring. Roman's gutted. Jimmy's gutted. Crowds are gutted because they wanted to see Jay get back with his brother, get back with Roman, but they tease it. You don't get it at the first time of asking. And so then, like, we have to wait that little bit. Like, eventually, maybe as we get closer to SummerSlam, we do get Jay on boards, we do get Sammy on boards, and then we get our SummerSlam match. So, you know, fleshing it out on a week-by-week basis might be a bit difficult to do. I feel like we need to sit down, we need to have a whiteboard, we need to get notes and all this kind of... that's probably a bit too far for us right here, right now. But in regards to, like, rough outline, for me, I would look like something along those lines. But the exciting thing is there's lots of different ways where you can go, isn't there? There's lots of different directions that you can head in with that. So, Ryan, shout outs to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Black Cavities said, I wouldn't have Cody, Randy, and Kevin on the same page as Jimmy and Roman. Although they are good bloodline, they are still bitter enemies. Yeah, I think in that moment, though, if you've just been attacked by Roman and by Solo and Jacob, and now here comes Roman and Jimmy, and they are quite clearly standing there ready. Well, they've just stopped you getting beaten down any further, first of all, right? They've just stopped the attack. They didn't need to come back in that moment, but they've come back and they've stopped Solo and Jacob beating you up. And then they've come walking down. I think you're right that in that moment there needs to be some uncertainty. You know, you can do that with like looks and what the hell's going on? Are we doing this? Is this really happening? Like, I feel like you can tell that story in that moment. I agree. I mean, them just, you know, joining up and that's it, right? We're all together now. But I think there's lots of little subtle body language cues and little things you can do to show that Randy and Cody are really... Is this happening? Is this real life? Are we doing this now? Are we about to go to war with them, with Roman and Jimmy? Like, but I think you can fix that. I think like the body language can fix that. In that moment, it's kind of like that's your immediate problem. Solo, Jacob, Tama, and Tongaloa, because they were just beating you up. So if Roman's come back, and we know Roman's going to have an issue with them, if Roman's just come back, Paul Heyman, who we saw get destroyed, and don't forget, Cody and Paul have got a great relationship. Paul can put his arm around Cody and say, we got you. Something like that, you know? We got you. It's all right. We're going to fix this. You know, it's amazing, actually, because those little moments, those are the moments that the internet just gobbles up, man. The internet loves those. Those kind of, did you see what Paul said to Cody? Did you notice? Did you see what he said to him? He said, I got you. I love that relationship. I love that Paul-Cody relationship. That's what you get in it. You can see it now. You can see the image on Wrestling World CC. The picture of Paul with his arm around Cody going like this, and then the text at the bottom, we got you. Something like this. Paul Heyman to Cody Rhodes. So I think like the little looks, the nervousness, but the little bits like that can fix that problem. Rare Breeds said, yapping whilst chat is telling Daze there's a Wyatt 6 tweet is hilarious. Oh, is there a Wyatt 6 tweet? God, they left this late. Didn't they? What's the point in sending it now when we can't really do much about it? That's a bit disappointing. So we've got a picture of Nikki, and it says, look at yourself. So looks like it'll be Nikki tonight then. I'm a bit disappointed with that, to be honest, because like, what's the point in dropping it just half an hour before Raw? I mean, we've not really been able to... We ain't going to have any time to really theorize about it or get our teeth into it, you know? Half an hour before Raw starts. Well, you could have dropped this yesterday. Like, did someone make a mistake? Did someone boob? Why is this just flipping dropped now? Well, at least we got an answer, though. At least we got an answer, and it looks like we'll be getting Nikki Cross tonight. Right, 16 minutes. 16 minutes. Russell Andy said, Daze, at this point, I think the Bloodline is by far the best storyline ever. Do you think so? Best storyline ever? Do you know, it might be. It might be. I mean, I remember us having this conversation where we were saying, long ago, is it better than Undertaker Kane? I think you're right. I'm trying to think of a story. I'm really trying to think of a story that beats this. I did enjoy Hogan Andre. Hogan. I mean, I feel like I did like that story, but I think you're right. This clearly beats that as well. Yeah, I think you're right. I can't think of any story that this is that beats this. The Hogan Andre one I loved because Andre got a trophy, but it was not as big as Hogan's, and he was like getting upset, and he had Bobby Heenan as his manager, a bit like how Roman had Paul Heyman as his manager, yeah? And so we knew then he had turned heel. And so that moment where he grabs his shirt and he rips the necklace off and he rips the shirt off Hogan and everything. Love all of that. And then obviously it builds to one of the biggest matches of all time. And then, of course, Hogan wins. Then you get the rematch, which is the most viewed TV wrestling segment of all time in America. The rematch of Hogan Andre. That results in Hogan being screwed and Andre winning the title. Andre then just gives it to $1 Million Man. And at that point, they say the belt's vacated. They say that that's really unfair on Andre, actually. Andre surrenders the belt to the $1 Million Man. Well, rather than say, no, Andre, you can't do that, they were like, right, belt's vacated now. Right, you've just given up the belt. The belt's vacated now, Andre. Like, why did no one say to Andre, you can't do that. You can't give up the belt. Like, you still need to be champion. Like, I feel like that's a conversation that could have been had where Andre could have kept the championship. We didn't. He gave it to the $1 Million Man, and WWE went, yeah, no, you can't do that. So then we did a tournament at WrestleMania 4 to crown a new champion. That's when Macho Man won it, right? And we got the third Hogan Andre match in that tournament. That was the third match. So then we got Macho Man winning it. And of course, then we've got the Mega Powers. That then leads to Macho and Hogan. Macho gets jealous of Hogan, how close he's getting to Elizabeth. Turns on him. And then we get champion Macho Man against Hulk Hogan at WrestleMania 5. That 2-year period from 3 to 5, I think that's an amazing story. Going through Andre into Macho and having Hogan as like the pivot point, I think that's an amazing story. But I can't say that's better than the Bloodline, because the Bloodline's just got so much more. So much more. I mean, how many years has this been going? It's been going like 4 years, isn't it? It's way longer. Way longer. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's miles ahead of Undertaker Kane. There's much more to it than Hogan Andre. I think it's better than Katie Vick's story as well, to be honest. That might be controversial, but I think it's better than that as well. But, yeah, it is weird, isn't it, to think that this is the best story that WWE. It's weird when someone says that to me. You go, "Oh, you think so? Really?" Like, it doesn't. It's hard to compute. Really, it's hard to compute. It's really hard for me to kind of go, yeah, it is, because it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like we're actually sitting through one of the best ever whatever. Doesn't feel like we should be, but I think we are. I think you're right. I think this is the best ever. Do we think that Gable and the Creeds officially challenge the Wyatts tonight, said Bland. I don't know which way they'll go, to be honest. I do think there'll be some movement there, but I'm not sure which way they'll go. I mean, I don't know if it'll be Bo challenging them or whether they'll challenge Bo. I don't know. To be honest, it doesn't really matter. We know it's really the most important thing is what's the match. Is it going to be Uncle Howdy against Chads? Is it going to be Bo against Chads? I don't think it is. For me, I think it's going to be Wyatt's against Alpha Academy. But we haven't had that confirmed yet. So for me, that's the thing I'm looking forward to finding out the most. What is the match that we're actually going to end up getting? Kim's Chains said, don't mention pivot points. The Rock will claim credit for it. Oh, he claims credit for everything, mate. He'll claim credit for every conversation we have tonight. That's fine. That's just built in, really, at this stage. I think we just know that that's going to happen. The best story was Mae Young and sexual chocolate, Mark Henry said, Challenger Dark. Daze, who would you say from the free agency list or from WWE would help get AEW back to 900,000? No one. I think we learnt from WCW that you can bring in massive names and that alone is not going to do it. Some people might go, well, what about CM Punk? But I would counter that by saying, well, CM Punk was on Collision. And Collision was getting 400 and some thousand on a Saturday. So, you know, CM Punk had a massive effect. Probably about as big as anyone could have. I mean, unless you was to go and get Roman Reigns, right? If you had Roman Reigns in AEW, you'd see a big spike, yeah? And then, after the first couple of weeks, it comes down to how you use them. It comes down to the booking. It comes down to the creative. It comes down to the simple, very, very simple fact of, do I want to tune in again and watch that again next week? That's it. That is it. Whatever you have to do to get that answer to be yes is if you have succeeded or if you have failed. Having names on your show is not going to be the recipe for success if you are not booking them correctly. And the reason why I say we learnt this from WCW, or I learnt this from WCW, was because, of course, Hulk Hogan came in to WCW in 1994. And we did see some movement in the ratings, but they were nowhere near WWF, right? I mean, he was faffing around with the Dungeon of Doom, this really cheap, cringy heel group, right? Which, if you've never seen the Dungeon of Doom, I mean, Jesus, you're in for a treat. Right? Go search out WCW and check out the whole Dungeon of Doom stable. So, you know, Hogan comes in and we see a bit of movement, but nothing revolutionary. And this, you know, at that point, Hogan's the biggest name in wrestling. He's the biggest name. 1994, Hulk Hogan. Yeah? Just 10 years really after Hulkamania started in WWF. 9 years after WrestleMania 1, right? 4 years after WrestleMania 6 and his match with Warrior. 3 years after his match with Sergeant Slaughter. I mean, 1 year after he beat Yokozuna for the title in the final match at WrestleMania 9 at WWE. I mean, it's Hulk Hogan. Like, he'd just been doing Thunder in Paradise. He'd done Suburban Commando, the movie. He'd done Mr. Nanny, the movie. I know these aren't big films, but he's getting movie opportunities, you know? Big star. They do a flipping parade for him in, where was it? Disney, MGM Studios. They've got him on the back of a car and he's like waving to the fans and they do like this big reveal of Hogan. And they bring him in and the booking's just not there. It's just not there. And so the show does all right, but it ain't where it needs to be. It's only when we bring in, believe it or not, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Razor Ramon, Diesel, who were nowhere near as big names as Hogan. We bring them in, but the story that we told was that they are outsiders. They are invading from WWE. Or WWF at that time. They're trying to take over, you know? They're not part of the WCW roster. They're actually invading. And this is where we spoke about kayfabe earlier. And we said, like, how important it was to keep kayfabe alive. And I would say never truer than that story. I think that story and the turnaround in fortunes for WCW, I think, is down to kayfabe, because 96, 95, 96, you know, around that time when we're bringing over like more and more people from WWE, and then we get to the birth of the NWO, I think that that's still a pre-internet age. And I think you've got people at that point that just don't know if what the TV is telling them is true or not, right? They're seeing people that they've just seen in WWF on the show, right? Saying, so this is where the big boys play, eh? This is where the big boys play. Like, you know who we are, but you don't know why we're here. And they really did a great job of really muddying the waters of, like, is WWF invading? Are they invading? Like, what is going? Like, it grabbed attention. Yeah. And then, of course, they were going to reveal who their third member was. Was it Bash at the Beach going to reveal who the third member was? And there's people speculating it's this person, it's this person. Turns out to be Hulk Hogan. I mean, Mr. WWF, right? He turns out to be the third member. So now you've got Razor, Diesel, Hogan forming this new group. NWO, cool AF, right? The name's cool. The black and white stuff's cool. The graffiti in is cool. The camera is cool. Like, and they're invading WCW. That is the creative that took it to the next level. That is when they start beating WWF in the ratings, and do so for 80 odd weeks. So I think to sit here and go, oh, they need Brock Lesnar, oh, they need Roman Reigns, I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's us taking a lesson from history, because history would tell us that you ain't going to do that with a star. History tells us that you can bring a star in. They got Edge. They got Edge. You wouldn't even know they had Edge. I mean, not now, he's injured, but Edge in AEW to me has been a bomb. It's been a flop. It's been, you know, honestly, it's been so badly booked. So badly booked. I just think that it's the booking, isn't it? It's the booking. It's not about who you bring in. It's about how do you use them. And you know, I think that they are doing, from what I've been told, they're doing better. From what I've been told, the Dynamites are meant to be better now. Certainly, like last week was very well received. So what they need to do is they need to get some intrigue. They need to get some mystery. They need to get some good shows, a string of good shows. And they need to get that momentum going whereby you want to tune in the next week. What's going to happen next week? What's going to happen the week after that? You need a good story. You need something that's going to really grab people. I am going to give AEW some props, actually, because was it 2 weeks ago we had Mariah May turn on Tony Storm? And that was on my timeline, and I watched the clip, and I thought it was really good. I didn't like Luther in that moment, because he got hit, and he was kind of like wobbling around, right? And you could see him like checking to see where's the table behind me. So I thought Luther was a bit rubbish in that moment, but him to one side, Mariah May and Tony Storm, I thought that turn was excellent. The blood, and someone else said, which I thought was good, Mariah May has her face next to the bloody face of Tony Storm. She's got Tony's face here. Tony's like all sad, blood pouring down her face, and Mariah May's got her face. She's smiling next to it, and someone was like, "It's only just dawned on me. That's the happy and the sad face from the theater." You know, the happy and the sad masks that's like iconic in the theatre world. They were like, it's just dawned on me they were recreating that. And they showed them doing that next to the masks of the comedy and the drama. And I was like, oh my God, that's brilliant. So I thought the turn was excellent. I thought it was done about as well as you could have done it. So praise for that. And then I don't know if it's the week after, they follow it up with the MJF Ospreay match, which I just heard so much good stuff about. So yeah, I can believe that was a banger. So yeah, I mean, just that's what you need. But you need a story, really, like the Bloodline story that we have. They need something like that. So yeah, one superstar ain't gonna cut the mustard. Right. Let's go, Ospreay, said Lone Star Friends. As fans as both are doing well. Who said that? I can believe that. The past 2 weeks I've heard good stuff. Kyle said, as fans of both days, both are doing well. I watch both weekly. Yeah, I believe you. I've heard good stuff about what they're doing over there at the moment. Dun, dun, dun. Let's flippin' go. Let's go. Okay, there is CM Punk. I don't actually know who's opening the show tonight. Punk is here live tonight. There is Ilya and Brom. Intercontinental Championship #1 contenders match. There we go. There is Finn and Dom, and Rhea seems happy. Rhea's smiling away with Damien, and there's Carlito trying to carry some bags behind and struggling a little bit. Ooh, we starting with Ilya. No, Gunther. Oh. Gunther. Right. Raw. What's the date? 7. Ladies and gentlemen. Announcing him as the King of the Ring. Let's go. Gunther! Bum, 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 bum. Corey said, I watch both. AEW is where the inmates run the asylum. Edge straight up jumped off the cage, landed on his feet. It was a terrible spot. They don't care about safety or the wrestler's health. Well, I think what's happened is I think it's probably coming from a good place. I think that one of the criticisms is that WWE stifle wrestlers' creativity. You know, in WWE, what Vince wanted, Vince got. Doesn't matter if you liked your character, hated your character, liked your creative, hated your creative. What Vince wanted, Vince got. And I think where we are with AEW is they have really tried to be the opposite of that. And I think they've gone, do you know what? We hear you. And we're going to give our wrestlers the freedom that many of you want them to have. But I think what a lesson has been learnt, if you will, is that maybe you can't give the wrestlers like that much freedom. Like perhaps there's a sweet spot. Maybe sometimes the wrestlers don't know what's best for them, you know? Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. So I think it comes from a good place. Oh, here we go. Look, Gunther getting booed. Gunther getting booed. Gunther should defeat Priest, said Lone Star Friend. AEW told Britt Baker to rush back after her stroke. I'd not heard that. I took some time to reflect on what I said to Damian Priest last week. And I agree. You suck is the chant. You suck is the chant. Oh, he's going to lap this up, man. There ain't a better chant you want to hear if you're a heel. then you suck. Look at the smile. Look at the smile on his face. Let's skip that. I meant every word. Yes. Yes. Where do I get my Gunther Ringenerau shirt from? Preach, preach, King, preach. I'm looking. There must be one. Gunther. Well, I don't like the design I'm seeing right now. Ask yourself, why am I out here first and not Damian Priest? Everyone knows he does not live up to it. Damian is a pretender. He is a wannabe. That cute little story of him fighting from the streets. I don't like the... That's the Gunther shirt. I don't like it. Today is the day where the Judgment Day will be judged by the Ring General. Street trash. Gosh, Gunther is straight up burying Damien, says Matty Ice. Your TV is loud, says Dave. I think my hearing's going in. It probably is getting louder as time's going by. Old school t-shirt. It's very Andre, isn't it? Thomas said, the owners of AEW don't care about their athletes' health and safety in the NFL either. Their organization is regularly complained about by the players. Well, the only thing I would say is that I feel like the Khan family look after the Jacksonville Jaguars. I think it's pretty much exclusively Tony that looks after the AEW. Well, I think there's lots of things that you can criticize Tony and AEW about, right? But I really struggle with he doesn't care about the wrestlers. I mean, that guy, when he gets a new wrestler, he hugs them better than I hug my family. Do you know what I mean? Like, he gets a hold of them and like, I've never given anyone in my family that kind of an embrace. I think he has got a lot of respect for them. And I would be stunned if he didn't look after them, look out for them. But I don't know. Seems like some of you have heard stuff I haven't heard, but I don't really interact with it anymore, to be honest. I don't watch, so I'm probably not the best person for this conversation. Here we've got Damien coming down, laying into Gunther. How many officials? Many officials. Loads of officials. Oh, a kick there. Who went down? Someone went down. Damien with a kick. Well, I don't think it was Gunther that went down, though. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. There's got to be repercussions for this. Look at that. He's just been elbowing officials, chucking officials around. Adam Pearce is going to be livid. He's going to be livid. And he should be livid at the officials because these two are throwing hands in the entranceway. Big brawl. Big brawl. Damien is not messing around. He runs after Gunther, charges at him, collides into Gunther. My God, have we gone off air? We've gone off air. I wonder if we were meant to go to commercial. If they've timed that commercial at that moment, that's pretty sick, isn't it? Because he goes running at him, he smashes into him. Gunther kind of goes back into the camera, and the camera sort of just goes to black. And then we're at commercial. If they've intended that for that, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I really thought they'd knocked a cable out. I really thought that for a moment there, they had just actually took us off air, and that someone like the brawl had actually resulted in the show going off air for a sec. But we've gone commercial, so hot, man, hot way to start the show. Can't be down on that. We're eating already. Let's go. You see, we forget, don't we? We forget this isn't SmackDown. We don't have to sit and listen to like 30 minutes of waffle. Sometimes it's like, I'm going to smash you in the face. I'm going to elbow this guy. I'm going to chuck that guy onto 20 people out there. Then I'm going to run at Gunther. And I might take the show off the air. Don't know. See how I feel? Let's go. Good open, said Shaquem. Wait, Joe Joyce, Derek Chisora on TNT Sports. When was that made? Don't know, actually. Don't know. Do you think Gunther holds the belt past Mania if he wins? What do you think, Wrestle with Andy? I feel like you always ask lots of questions, but I never ask anything of you. What do you think? What do you think, mate? Hey? What do you think? If AEW started getting very good, would you go back to streaming it? Tony would probably love the attention. Well, no, not whilst Tommy was doing it. That has been given over to Tommy Toy Travels now, so that is his domain. So no, it could be on fire, and I hope it is. I mean, I keep saying it, and it's because I mean it. I don't wish them any ill will. I wish them all the best, you know. I even said I could be tempted to go to if the tickets were cheaper, I could be tempted to go to Wembley to go and actually flip and watch it, because I don't know when you'll get a chance to watch Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson. I mean, he's getting close to retiring, so you know you're running out of opportunities to go and see him. The opportunity to go and see Okada doesn't come around all that much in the UK. And he will go down in history as one of the wrestlers of this generation, yeah? I mean, there was a good period of time, maybe around 2015, 16, 17. I feel like when we were having who's the best wrestler in the world conversations, Okada was the answer. And I've never seen him live. So the opportunity to go and see Okada is tempting. The opportunity to see Bryan Danielson before he retires, tempting. I love Tony Storm's gimmick, so seeing Tony and Mariah May, that match should be good. I think that's a match I'd be into, so that would be good. Will Ospreay, I mean, if we're having a conversation as to who's the best wrestler in the world right now, I think it probably is Will Ospreay. I think you'd be hard pushed to come up with someone else and say it's not Ospreay. Genuinely, I think he's probably the best in the world right now. I can come up with a good probably 6, 7, 8 reasons. And Wembley. I've only ever been to Wembley twice. I've only ever been to the new Wembley once, and that was to watch England women taking on Brazil in football, Olympics. So, to go to Wembley as an Englishman... Oh, hello! They're brawling backstage! Yes! These two, man. Boom! Into the trunks. And we've got them pulling them apart. Gunther trying to throw a kick out. Oh, man, they're fighting in the loading bay. They're fighting in the loading bay. Ah, yeah. He went hard into that. Oh, he's getting a receipt for that, isn't he? He's getting a receipt for that. Yeah, goods. Goods. Makes me want to watch that match more. Goods. I'm down for that. Here is Ilya. So yeah, the reason why I've not got tickets for it is because I think they're like £35, but that's at the very top of Wembley. As you go down, next level's like 80. No, I think the next level's 100 and something. And like floor seats are like 500, something like that. So I don't know, man. Because I got to pay travel. And then drinks are going to be expensive. I mean, I think if I go, it's going to be 200 quid. Train ticket there and back, drinks, ticket to go. You're writing off 200 quid. That's a lot for a show that I ain't desperate to see it. Do you know what I mean? If I don't go, it's fine. And that's probably if it's cheap. That's probably if I get the £30 ticket in the top, in the heavens. So they might be pricing me out. Okay, here is Ilya against Brom. Is this did he change his music last week? Yeah, nah, don't like it. It's all right. I'm not going to say that it's a disaster, but it's not an improvement, in my opinion. We are spoiled fans to go from that fun open with a great promo, and now we're going to get Ilya Bronze, said Mr. B. We are spoiled. You are right. BR Wrestle Media said tickets for Double or Nothing. They're let me start again. AEW tickets are double last year, and I had the angle at the ring post with the roof. I saw maybe 20% of the ring. I spent about £400 altogether, said BR Wrestle Media. Shout out to you. Yeah, there's enough that would make me want to go, as I said, and if it was a little cheaper, I would be tempted to do it, but it's just I don't know. It's one of those. I might wake up and I'll be like, no, I'm going to do it. Yeah, let's go. But I probably won't because I'm lazy. But the great thing is, I mean, I'm not streaming it. It's going to be Tommy that streams it, so. Right, let's get our teeth into this, shall we? Because Ilya Dragunov is a flipping goat. He deserves to go into the Hall of Fame. Bron Breakker is, he's all right. He's not a goat. He'll go in the Hall of Fame, but not yet. Ilya, though, he's already given me some of my favourite matches in recent years. Boom! Ah, big knee there by Ilya. Do I need an Ilya? He's Russian, though, isn't he? That's the problem. In this climate, I don't know how much you want to walk around with an Ilya Dragunov shirt. Is that a problem? Feels like a problem. Feels a little bit like a problem. Let's go over here. There we go, look. Unbesiegbar. Unbesiegbar. How much is it? $22.40 if you use WWE Superstar. Do you know what? They proper screwed me over, actually. You know, if you use the code DAZE15, you get 15% off. And then they just consistently put codes up where you get more off anyway. And they do that all the time. Oh, we really love your channel. We love what you do. Would you like a discount code? Oh, yeah. I think the community would like that. Yeah, that'd be good. Wow, yeah, we can give you 15%. Oh, really? 15? Oh, that's amazing. What should we call the code? Oh, I don't know. DAZE15. Yeah, we can do that. And then every time I go on, flipping, there's already a code there that's 20%. Screw you, Euroshop. Making me look like a fool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Is that a problem? You can't shame a whole country. Some people in Germany during the war tried to attack and stifle Hitler. Yeah, but I don't know if during World War II you'd want to walk around with, like, a German on your t-shirt, you know? I mean, I get what you're saying, and I'm certainly not, you know my love for Elia, so I'm certainly not tarnishing Elia. But, the optics aren't great, are they? That's my point. The optics aren't great. That was pretty sick, actually, how he just slammed Elia onto the top of the ring post. And then Elia goes to the outside. Let's go. Commercial break. Yeah! Imagine if we loved commercials more than the show and we actually celebrated when we went to commercials. That would make wrestling so much better. If commercials were like one of the most exciting parts. They are on SmackDown, actually. Maybe that's where we're going wrong. We're watching the wrestling and it's a bit like, okay. It's not as good as Raw. And then we go to commercial and we're like, oh, now we're at commercial. Perhaps we need to flip that. Perhaps we need to, like, just tolerate SmackDown and then celebrate when we go to commercial. And then we'll just enjoy Fridays so much more. That is the key, innit? That is the key. Right. Can you not use both codes and get 35% off, says Ian. I don't believe so. I think it's one of those, in it, where you can't use a code in conjunction with another codes. I've been screwed. There's no two ways about it. You've been screwed and I've been screwed. It's one of those where, like, you know, they make out like they're giving you something really good, and then when you actually look at it, it turns out you've been cheated, you know? I've been sold magic beans. That's what I've been sold. Perhaps it's just every time I look, perhaps, like, because whenever I look, it's when we stream. I don't really look otherwise. Perhaps when the shows are on, they have, like, 20% off code, but the rest of the time there's no code or something. But then my advice to you would be, don't use my flipping code. Just wait for when the shows are on, because you can get 20% off. I don't know. They said that, like, oh, we love the streams, we love what, like, you know, love the channel. Well, good. If you're watching right now, you've screwed me, haven't you? Hey? You've embarrassed me in front of my friends. Still appreciate it, though. I mean, you know, it's lovely of you to reach out. Big thank you for that. And get another Gunther shirt up, would you cowards? I think there was a few shirts, actually, that are still missing. They never had a Dijak shirt. I mean, there's not really much need to get one now, but they are a little bit slow sometimes when it comes to kind of getting merch up, which is a bit of a surprise, really. James said, I tweeted you earlier that WrestleTix are saying that AEW All In is now just over 50,000. But that's pretty good, actually. I heard that there was a bit of a doubt that they would actually even make 50. So that's not bad, really, if they have managed to get to 50 now. So that's all right. You Ain't Hardcore said, did you check the Wyatt 6 Twitter? Yeah, I'm in a mood with the Wyatt 6. They've upset me. Because they don't tweet anything out over the weekend when, you know, we're looking to make videos. They don't do anything. They didn't tweet out anything earlier when we could have done a video. Instead, they go, let's do it half an hour before Raw. When I can't do diddly, can I? What am I meant to do with that? What am I meant to do with that? So, I'm in a mood with them now. I think they suck. Jim Cornette was right. That'll teach them. 1, 2, shoulder up by Elia. Wyatt 6 of upset days, said Ian. Yep, it's official. It's official. I might let him off. I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided. Ooh, I tell you what, Braun is doing some great work here. He's chucking, I mean, like, I feel we're playing to both of their strengths. Elia's so good at selling, and Braun is so good at messing people up. And that's exactly how this match is going, into a DDT. Lovely reversal there by Elia. Lovely. Shockwave said Wyatt 6 didn't use this. No, I bet you're right. I bet they flipping didn't. And we know they've bought shirts because they're all wearing Wyatt 6 ones, aren't they? We saw Nikki in one at Whataburger. Whataburger should give me a discount code. Shouldn't they? Boom. Imagine that. Then I could tweet the Wyatt 6 and say, next time you go, can you use this? Guys, if ever you go back, please use Daze 10. It'll get you 10% off. Use Daze fries. It'll get you an extra fries. Duck underneath by Elia. Elia goes round into a clothesline. Bron Breakker goes down. Look at the selling. Look at the set. The thing about Elia is I never believe he's selling. I always believe he's hurt. I always believe that this guy is hurt. He's got that Shawn Michaels selling ability. He's just brilliant. He's so brilliant. Charges over. Boom. Collides into Bron. Elia goes against the ropes. Big boots. Big boot into... Look at his face. It's like... it's also pained. It's also pained. Do you know, Elia is so good. If Elia said, Daze, I want you to forgive the Wyatt 6, I would. That's how good he is. Oh, Bron grabs Elia by the throat. Boom! Slap coming in there by Elia. Picks up Bron. Boom! Powerbomb! And he just falls on top of him. That was good. That was good. That was good. It took everything to slam him down, and then he just... Oh, my God, he's so good. Oh, my God, he's so good. It's like if Bret Hart and Sami Zayn and Shawn Michaels had a baby, a Russian baby, in Russia. And they had a Russian baby. That would be Ilya Dragunov. Ilya climbing up. Don't ask me how that would work. Big clubbing blows coming in. His selling is so good. You do feel that he's given everything, said Josh. Corey said, did Bron inherit all of his Uncle Scott's freaks? Do they still holler when they hear him? He does bring in a lot of to his uncle and his dad's. Boom, straight over. Here we go. Bron is climbing up. He is perched. Boom. Kick coming in. And Bron crashes down onto that top turnbuckle. Now we've got Ilya climbing up. Looking for a superplex. Both guys are up top. Superplex gets it. H-bomb. Yes, crowd are really into it. Reacting to everything, but oh God, what a match. Bron Breakker rolls over to the side of the ring. Shame that we haven't got a This Is Awesome champ breaking out. Do you know, it's a very different match, but it's cooking just like Andrade and Carmelo did on SmackDown. That, for me, was like maybe the highlight of that show, was that first match. And, you know, they're really setting the tone with this first match as well. He's got him, he's looking for, is it a Death Valley driver? Which way is he going? Boom! Plants him onto the edge of the ring. Bron Breakker goes to the outside. The hardest part of the ring. Bron Breakker just driven into it. Ilya on his knees. Ref starts counting. I think we've got a This Is Awesome chant that's just broke out. And it is. It really is. Looking for the H-bomb again. No, spear. Mid-air. Oh, and he screams in his face. And there we go. They're barking away. Ilya is down. Braun is headbutt in the corner. That just breaks the... Why does that break the count? Why did that break the count? She's gone out the ring. She's called it. She's called it. Wow. Do you know, I was just about to say, oh, she's stalling. She's gone and spoke to Brom. She stopped counting, but I really like that finish. That's a ref stoppage because she just doesn't feel that Ilya can carry on. He's knocked out. The winner is Braun. Ilya is knocked out. Ref stoppage. We've got a couple of medics that have come down. Braun looks a little frustrated. I think he wanted to carry on. Well, you got the win, mate. There we go. Now he's smiling. Now he's smiling. Braun Breaker picks up the victory. He takes Ilya beyond Ilya's limit. Brilliant. Brilliant match. Let's have a look, see what people rated it, shall we? See what people scored it. We're half an hour into this show. And that was something very special. What did you score that match? All time greats. Goods. So he's standing over Ilya. So at SummerSlam, it's going to be Sammy against Braun. Is that where the title changes? We thought the title was going to change at the last PLE and it didn't. So is that where it changes? Okay, we're backstage with Judgment Day. Here's Rhea. Used to have tag team championship. Yeah. Here's... Can I talk to you for a sec? I'm a bit worried about what I saw online with Jay asking for your number. I've been looking at your socials too. No, it does matter. Are you defending Jey Uso? Yeah. Yeah. Take out Jey Uso and then Buddy Matthews after. They're all getting in the way. Ben, you know what you have to do. Okay, we've got Drew backstage with Adam Pearce. Are they getting an apology? Oh, he's apologized. Oh, he's apologized? That's come out of nowhere. Last we saw, he was like suspended. It's all done. What, you can't even... Well, he's just apologized. Okay, here's Lyra. Oh, hello. Kaden and Katana are coming out with her. She's going to be taking on Sonya. I bet they do the dance and we don't get to flipping see it again. I hate this company. I hate this company. It's one of my favourite parts of the week. And they just won't show us anymore. It's too X-rated. It's too flipping X-rated. Don't worry about it. It's just a little yeet. Daze, did you watch Tom Collier's spoiler warning? I didn't, unfortunately. Spartan Major. What was said? What was said? Give me the goss. James said, that's the current setup. Just over 42,000. Oh. Yeah, I heard 50 was the setup, and I heard they didn't think they were going to make it to 50. So they're at 42. Gotcha. When is it? I don't even know when it is. Let's have a look. AEW All in Wembley. August. Oh, there's still time. There's still a month. Oh, that's all right. There might be a few people like me that are like, tempt me. What you got? Tempt me. Let's have a little movement on the ticket prices. Tempt me. Macarai said, SummerSlam this year marks the 10th anniversary of Cena being squashed by Brock. Wow. Would you go the same way with Braun squashing Sammy? No. Only because it'd be a little weird, because they fought not that long ago and Sammy came out on top. So for us to do it again, and now this time Braun just absolutely smashes him, it'd be like, what's happened? What's changed? What's this? So no, I wouldn't. Would I do that for any of the matches? No. The only one that I really believe should be largely one-sided is Solo Cody. And I think Solo should be dominating. Because I think that Solo has not got a great reputation amongst the fans. I think a lot of people see him as just this undeserving tribal chief, which is fine. That's fine. Because you might want to present him that way. But I think you still need to make him a credible threat going forwards. He's about to embark in a big feud with Roman. And it ain't going to be much fun if we look at that feud and go, well, Roman's going to just batter him. Like, I feel like you need to give the fans some reason to think that Solo's got something about him. So for me, I would have Solo shock people by being dominant in that match. I would have Cody in a whole sea of trouble, just getting ragdolled, smashed. And, like, he's trying to get, like, you know, mount a bit of offense back. Just keeps getting smashed back down again, you know? And I've said I would have Solo win that match, but by count out, by DQ, a way that doesn't change the title. But, you know, the fans would be left in no doubt that Cody has just got absolutely flipping battered. More battered than we've maybe ever seen Cody in any of his matches since he's come back. Because it could set up a rematch, of course, which people would be like, are they going to put the belt on Solo this time? Like, you create a bit of doubt there. It builds Solo up for his big feuds when we do Bloodline. It makes Solo... Because I don't know when this story's going to end. It hasn't even started. I feel like Solo needs to be strong. And my concern is the most obvious thing that I think is going to happen is Cody wins. I feel like Cody wins... a back and forth match, Bloodline attack Cody, and then we bring Roman back. But my question would be, how does that help Solo long term? Cody's already got the title, so we don't really need to help Cody. Cody's fine. He's got the belt. We don't need to worry about Cody, but I feel like Solo needs building, needs work, and we've got some big stories we're going to be using him for, so I'd have him ragdoll Cody, but not give him the belt. I'd have him beat Cody, but it would be by probably count out, something like that. Count out, or I don't know that you could do DQ. We did kind of talk and theorize about DQ, but yeah, that's the one that I'd have one side. I wouldn't do Sammy Braun. I'd have Braun win, but I just think that I feel like we're going to use Sammy for stuff after, and he's just faced him as well. Oh, hello. We need to keep an eye here, because last time we had puppets in the background. Tozawa's birthday. Keeping an eye out for puppets. Are there any? Oh, there's a lot, and they're moving the camera as well. I don't think there was. I didn't see any. So we got Tozawa, we got Maxine, we've got Xavier, we had Otis. They were eating a cake backstage. And I was keeping an eye out for puppets, but I couldn't see anything. Right. It's been official. 2 years since Vince retired. Has WWE been better without him, said Corey? I would say yes. And I think a lot of people would say yes as well. I think that Vince was just too controlling. I think Vince kept changing things all the time, and I do think that Vince was also responsible for just some of the greatest moments. I mean, really, anything before a couple of years, past few years, anything before that was Vince. So think about some of those incredible WrestleMania moments and some of our favorite moments from the history of like WWE. Like, that's got Vince's fingerprints all over it. So I don't agree that he was a complete disaster, but I do agree that he had long ago lost touch. And I do agree that a change was very welcome. He was basically the Gareth Southgate of WWE. I feel like Gareth Southgate, the England manager, has been responsible for some really good stuff, but I think a change was required. Although Gareth Southgate is not accused of horrific sexual abuse and sexual assault and sexual trafficking charges. So there is that difference. But yes, I did just compare Vince McMahon to Gareth Southgate, and I'm not even sorry about it. Don't even care. I'd do it again. Right here, we've got Lyra and Sonya. My guess is Alpha Academy are going to attack Otis, Xavier, and Akira after the match, and then the Wyatts come out, says Macca Rice. Does this group have a name yet? Only what the community came up with, which I thought was... I don't know we can use it. Wasn't it like 2 muffs and a buff? 2 muffs and a buff. I don't know who the buff is. Maybe Zoe? She's pretty buff. I mean, technically it's 3 muffs, but 3 muffs and a bit of buff. I don't know. I don't think they'll go with that, though. This match could cook, you know. This match could cook. Lyra is really good in the ring. I love watching Lyra compete. Knee to the midsection there by Sonya. And to be honest, we just don't see much of Sonya. There's Shayna and Zoe on the outside applauding away. Slap coming in there by Lyra, and she's looking for a bit of a takedown. She manages to grab Sonya and drive her into the corner. Boom, kick coming into the midsection. Carl and Dawn says carpet munchishas. The munchishas. Nice. Leg sweep. Down goes Sonya. Boom! Drop kick by Lyra. It's amazing how Lyra doesn't wear knee pads or elbow pads or any kind of pads. She just uses the Irish spirits to keep her safe, doesn't she? Against the ropes goes Lyra. She goes through the ropes to the outside. Oh, did she hurt herself there? Was that a bit of a botch? Have we got the birth of Lyra Botcheria? She was in the ring. She went against the ropes. She went through the ropes. And then all of a sudden, she sort of just grabbed her side out of nowhere. Like nothing happened. And she was like, oh, I don't know if she twisted funny or something. Oh, we've got Lyra Botcheria. Can you get a Lyra shirt, actually? I'd have a Lyra shirt. Let's have a look. WWE shop. Have they created a Lyra Valkyria shirt? Lyra Valkyria. I can't even remember if she had one in NXT. No. See what I mean? See what I mean? How is there not a Lyra Valkyria shirt? She's on the main roster, and she has been for ages. How is there not a Lyra Valkyria shirt? What the flip? They do sell these, though. These are quite good. So these are NXT posters, and you can see Lyra has signed it, so has Tatum, so has... yeah, Gacy has, Dijak has, Andre Chase, and Duke Hudson. Asuka, Io, Tony, Carmelo, Braun, and Baron. So 12 signatures. It's expensive, though. 144. Do you know, I've got an amazing one. It's on my wall. I regret putting it on the wall because when it rains, it can get a little crinkled. But it is an old NXT poster that's actually signed, but I bought it from the event, right? Signed by Finn Balor. I can see Finn Balor. I can see Asuka. I think Shinsuke's on there. Baron Corbin's on there. It's like from 2017, 2016, 2017. And it's like when Asuka was there and Balor was there and Samoa Joe was there and Baron was still down there, and I think Bayley had moved up by that point, so I don't think Bayley is there. It's on my wall. I can't even see it. It's kind of hidden a little bit, but that was I think I paid $50 for that. And then recently I went to NXT. Oh, people won't have seen it actually. Give me a sec. Hang on. I'm back. Yeah, I haven't done a video on it yet, so I've never showed it. It's still in the bag. Straight from America. Oh. Trick Willie, look at this. Yeah, and Lyra. Let's go. Roxanne, Dragon Lee, Obafemi. All these boomers down here. Some more boomers in the middle. There's 2 trick autographs. You get a trick one there. Gacy. I've got Gacy's. And Dijak. Who just put a big D on it. Not like that. But he put like this big D on it. So that is the... But he put... Look, I've got a big D. Don't clip that. I've got a big D over there, look. And then over here, I've got the word Willie. Yeah! Let's go. That's the greatest merch in the history of merch. Do you know, I haven't looked at that since... I haven't got it out the bag since I bought it. But I went to the NXT house show, and they were selling these. And I was like, oh, that's nice. It's got Trick Williams' autograph on it, and I was like, and it had Elia's, and I was like, oh, that's nice. Oh, I like that. And I was like, oh, should I? Shouldn't I? Shouldn't I? I was like, yeah, go on, treat yourself. It was $100. $100 that was. So yeah, it was $100, and I went up to the guy. I was like, "Can I get one of those?" He's like, "It's $100." I'm like, "Yeah, okay." People must not buy them because he was like, "You know, it's $100." I was like, "Yeah, it's all right. It's fine. I've got holiday money. It's fine. I'm not going to write out an IOU. Like, it's all right." I'm like, huh? So now what I need to do, I probably need to get it framed, don't I? Nice little frame. And I need to get that one off the flipping wall. So anyway, cut a long story short, they are pretty sick. They are nice. Ooh. Kick out by Sonya. Trick Willie versus Dijak's Big D is the biggest main event Shaw never booked. Imagine that poster. Imagine that poster. Just them two. You'd have a giant D. And then Willie on that side. Oh, Zoe gets involved. Ah, Lyra. It's all broken down. Oh, Caden just gets pushed to the outside. Super kick there by Zoe. Through the ropes goes Lyra. She gets caught by Sonya. Oh, that was good, though. I like that. Ah! Plants up. 1, 2, 3. It's a win for Sonya, but she doesn't deserve it. Lots of outside interference. Lots of outside interference. Let's get people's scores for this one. Wrestling Daze said D is moving to the UFC to cross swords with Yadong. Cross swords. Cross swords. I know what you meant. Filthy. This community's filthy. I'm just trying to share some really nice wrestling merch, some really fun stuff, show you the kind of stuff you can get. You could have your own Big D. Couldn't you? Oh. Oh, is this the Wyatt 6? What is this? Oh, we're seeing the bride. There she is without the mask. Look at yourself. She's laughing. They lied to you. Is she crying? Look at yourself. She's crying. Mate, that scream, mates. Mates. That scream was sick at the end. That was proper horror film stuff, weren't it? They lied to you. Who lied? Who lied to her? They lied to you. They let you suffer in solitude. Which she did. I mean, she was wandering around looking for a friend, wasn't she? Very short. Not really an interview there, was there? Very short, but still really cool. That scream at the end was awesome. Nikki is so perfect for this, says Charles. That was like a banshee scream. Do you know what? I'm going to use a fun words. A fun 2 words, actually. It was like a primal scream. It's good, isn't it? Thank you, music. A primal scream. Which I believe, because I didn't know, because there's a band called Primal Scream, and I didn't know what it was. I believe it's something to do with, like getting to your core and getting everything out. Primal Scream. All your pent-up anger and your frustration and everything. It's probably not that, but it just makes me think of that. Was the match Big D versus Willie booked by Vince, said TJF. A lot of people are fixated on Big D and Willie at the moment. I mean, what I would say is we never... Did we ever get that match? Did we ever get Dijak against Trick, actually? All joking aside. Did we get Big D against Trick Willie? Actually, no, I don't know. Off the top of my head, I can't remember. I'm sure we must have. but I can't remember. It's not on my poster, I can tell you that. It keeps getting more underwhelming, said Joey. Oh, I think that was fine in the sense of that ain't the only thing you're going to be getting, right? What that has done is it has just shown people who is underneath the mask. I mean, it's just shown people that it's Nikki that's underneath there, and you're hearing Uncle Howdy. I mean, that sounded like Howdy. You're hearing Uncle Howdy saying to Nikki, you know, they weren't there for you, but I'm here for you. So for those that, again, aren't quite on board with the story, or aren't quite up to speed with it, you've just seen who's behind the mask. That's the first time we've seen her face, by the way, since she joined this group. And also, the bride was at the start. So does that mean that that's confirmation that she is the bride? Or are they just trying to make us think that she is the bride? I mean, she's... I believe that she was the bride. I don't know. I can't say that confirms it. They still showed the bit where she's about to reveal the veil, and they still cut away from the moment where you see her face. It would have been great had she have done that, and then you see it is her. Like, if we finally got that moment where veil comes up and it was Nikki all along, like, that would have been nice. But again, they cut away again, so I'd say, you know, that would have been good. But no, I like the scream at the end. It was short. It was to the point. I don't know, man. I feel like if you keep doing those sit down interviews, people go, "Oh, I'm bored of this. It's just the same thing each week." So then you do something a little bit shorter, and people are like, "Oh, no, this sucks." It's like, well, that ain't the only thing you're going to get from the Wyatt Six this week. I'm sure you're going to get more. But for me, that was fine. Ticked a box. Good. Got to see it was Nikki. Adds a little more to the story. We don't take a massive step forwards. I don't think we ever will with these interviews. It's for those that didn't follow Nightbirds or are still a bit in the dark. It's for them to kind of get up to speeds. Fine. No complaints. And I'd expect we get something later as well. Although, where was that tape delivered? Where did the tape come from? I don't know how they got the tape. There was no delivery this week. Michael Cole still doesn't know that it's Nikki, said Scottish Knight. Well, he flipping should now. I mean, that's the whole point in doing it. The whole point in doing these things is to show people who it is. So if he was acting like I don't know who this is before, I would say you probably should get up to speed now, because that's the whole point in doing these sit-down things. You silly goof. Michael Cole. Oh, what's happening? Jelly Roll. Guys, Jelly Roll is going to be performing at SummerSlam. Jelly Roll is going to be performing at SummerSlam. CM Punk! Ah! Yes! Let's go! Yes! His match with Drew's not confirmed yet. I didn't read his match with Drew, did I? So we've got 5 confirmed matches. This will be 6. Wyatt's will be 7. And Sammy is 8. So I think it's done. And who knows, there might even be more that gets added, but there was 9 last year with a cash-in. Cut a personality. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. If I was there, I would grab him and I'd be like, Chicago! 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 I'd be the Chicago guy, and I'd do it better than the Chicago guy. Everyone online would be like, oh, this guy's even better than the Chicago guy. And I'd be like, yeah. And I'd wear a green shirt as well, with a sad face. And they'd be like, oh, he's better than the green shirt guys. But I'd be like, yeah. And I'd have a Trinidad flag. Like that. Chicago! Chicago! How many could I dress up like Frank the Clown? So I could have a clown wig and face paint on. I could have a sad green shirt on. I could have the Trinidad flag. And I could yell, Chicago, Chicago. Just like when Punk came back. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Try and amalgamate as many iconic WWE Universe members as possible. Long hair so I look like Jesus. You need to wear Vlad's glasses? Yeah, Vlad's as well. Did you see that the Major Figure Bros have released his bendy? That's not sexy. That's a little figure that they've released as Vlad. I'll see if I can find it. CM Punk! CM Punk! CM Punk! Come on, Punk! Come on, Punker! CM Punk! CM Punk! Is it great to be alive on a Monday night in is it Wisconsin? Wisconsin, isn't it? Wisconsin. Misconsin, that'd have been good. If Miz was around. Green Bay. His shoes are pink! He's got pink shoes! Oh. Oh, how about we stain both of them with the blood of a Scottish psychopath? Wrestle with Andy. He's coming for you. He's coming for you. Oh, my God. I'm going to get my pound of flesh. Come get this beating that you deserve. Oh, my God, it's happening. It's happening. Is he going to wrap his hands? Drew McIntyre has been called out. CM Punk. CM Punk. Here's Drew McIntyre. Let's go. Let's flipping go. Why can't I find this Vlad figure? Da, da, da. It's doing the rounds the other day. If the Major Figure Bros got oh, they do, yeah. Da, 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 da. There he is. Cool, isn't it? Oh, there's nothing in the world that's going to stop me getting in that ring and tearing you apart. Except the fact I don't want to. We want AJ Lee sign. Yeah, man, we do. CM Punk says he wants to. He's jumped out the ring with his pink shoes. He's jumped out the ring with his pink shoes. Now we've got a lot of officials. CM Punk Drew McIntyre is much bigger than Green Bay. He's chilled. When I'm emotional, I turn to family. It calms me right down. I don't know how I feel about CM Punk getting all worked up over a stupid bracelet, plastic bracelet, you know? Calm down. Drew's like, fight through it, Punk. You're not fighting tonight. Reinstated, medically cleared, official. CM Punk, Drew McIntyre at SummerSlam. Punk wants it now, though. Punk wants it now. If you lay a finger on one another, the match is off. The chaos has to stop. Well, they kind of played the music. Yeah, I think they sort of botched that a little bit. So he said, I've got a big referee problem. And so here comes Seth. The rumors were that we were going to go this way and that Seth was going to be the special guest ref. I think the reveal was a bit off. I've got a problem. I've got a pan it down. I've got a referee problem. Well, this doesn't help anyone. This doesn't make any sense to me. This doesn't make any sense. So you've got two explosive elements that you need to try and control. So you've gone and put a third explosive element in as the special guest referee. Look at Adam Pearce, like, cackling away. I think the truth is we need to get Seth on the card, don't we? We've got to find a place for him to be on the card, and we've inserted him into this match, which I just don't think needs him. I think Drew versus Seth is a match. I think Seth versus Punk is a match. I think Drew versus Punk is a match. I don't think we need this. And he's back to wearing really outlandish attire. I thought he looked quite cool last week. And this week we've gone back to just going bonkers with our outfit again. This is maybe more bonkers than what we've seen in a long time. I have no idea what's going on with that jacket. All the trousers. They're like flared, aren't they? Straight out of the 70s. We could do a bit of Saturday Night Fever with them. I don't know what we could do with that jacket, though. It looks like it's been caught up in a bear attack. I know a guy that would love nothing more than to put the two of you in your places. A visionary. How's he going to call this down the middle? He's not, is he? Not the direction I would have gone, but it's the direction they've gone. In all fairness, Drew don't look happy. Punk don't look happy. The crowd are singing the song. They look all right. Okay. It makes more sense for Dom to be the special ref of Rhea versus Liv, says James. Well, look, it had been rumoured. It's not come as a massive surprise. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Oh, there's Liv. There's Liv. You can't keep doing this, Liv. Shh. Shh. Everything's going to be okay. Here's Finn. Bye, Daddy Dom. Shh. I leave you for 10 seconds. Has he got a new tattoo on his arm? Shh. Nightmare. That kid. Nightmare. Right. Well, I tell you what, where are we? 10 minutes into the second hour. We've had a lot of stuff. We've had that big, I mean, it was a big Seth reveal, you know. We've had, obviously, a banging first match. Got to see Lyra. That's always good. We got the Wyatt segment. I think we'll get more, but we've got the interview. Now we're moving on to our next match. Tozawa, Xavier, Otis versus Final Friday. What we doing? How will Cody respond? Plus, oh yeah, the tag match. Imagine what Seth's ref outfit is going to be like. It's going to be fabulous. This week on SmackDown. Daze, you should go to All In, said Simulation. Time goes by fast, and you might get to see Tony Khan win the title. Well, that wouldn't be my reason for going, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I reckon I could come up with 6 or 7 reasons to go. One of them being Wembley, which, you know, I've been to once since they redid it. I went to the old stadium, which got knocked down, I don't know what year, 2005, something like that. And they rebuilt it from scratch. So I went to the old stadium to see Oasis in the year 2000. So that was pretty cool. I don't really remember, though, to be honest. I remember being there, but I can't remember like when you go in and what it looked like kind of in, you know, the concourse areas. I don't remember. I can't really remember the new Wembley, to be honest. So that would actually be a big part of the appeal. Get to go to Wembley. I'd get there early, have a little mooch around. I'd like to do a Wembley tour, but it would be nice if England could win a trophy so that I could look at a trophy. I mean, we do have the World Cup, which I don't know where that is, actually. Is that at Wembley? Is the Jules Rimet trophy? Jules Rimet, England trophy. I don't know where that is. Is that at Wembley? It was stolen in 1983. Oh my god. The original Jules Rimet was stolen in 1983. That's not good, is it? There's one on display at the National Football Museum. Oh, right. So if I go to Wembley, I can't even see the one World Cup that we did win. Oh, great. So, as you can see, there's not loads of reasons to go to Wembley at the moment. So, yeah, I could be tempted. Who would you have win, Drew or Punk, says Macca? I think I'd have Punk because he's been away for a long time. I think, like, bring him back, give him a big win on a big stage. He's a big star. We've seen Drew lose loads. Him losing ain't going to really make any difference to Drew. Punk losing, don't know. I would be more worried if Punk lost than if Drew lost. So I would give... I suppose, do you know what? I'm going to write that down, actually. That's a good question for, like, opinions. How would you book the Drew-Seth situation? Not the match, but just the feud. They're moving to sci-fi for a couple of weeks. Is this because of the Olympics? Is this because of the Olympics? Next Monday on Sci-Fi. Yeah, Maca Rice, I've written that down. How would you book the Drew, Seth, Punk feud? Feel like Seth's going to probably cost one of them, and then that'll set up a match for the next PLE. It's going to be something like that. Right, you can play as your favorite WWE superstar in Call of Duty Season 5. As long as your favorite superstar is Rhea Ripley or Cody Rhodes. And maybe some other boomer. I'm not sure. Here's Sammy backstage. Hayden says yes, Daze. Birmingham, Phoenix, says Spartan. I want to go to watch Birmingham play. Rom, don't make the same mistake. You better take me very seriously. I'm going to bring 100%. What we got? Some noise. Sammy is going to investigate. What's happening? Is it Bron? What's happening? Judgment Day? JD? Oh, they're beating up on Jey Uso. Carlito and JD beating up on Jey Uso. Here we go. This is how we're going to get to this tag match then. Sammy making the save. Look at this. The two dogs together again. There's Otis and Braun. So there we go. They were just having a look around the Green Bay Packers. Maybe New Testament kicks out one member and brings in Woods, says David. Kieran said, I was debating about going to All In at Wembley, but you're talking 300 per person if I'm going to do ticket, accommodation, travel, and that's not including spending money. Yeah, no, I would not do accommodation. I would have to get back on that train and get back to Telford. I ain't doing hotel. Once you add hotel, yes, you get into crazy money then. Yes. That's the problem when you don't... If you live in London, easy, innit? I mean, I think there is a tube stop for Wembley. So, I mean, you just... When the show ends, you get on the undergrounds and you can get pretty much wherever you need in London then. But if you don't live in London, then obviously you've got to rely on, like, the train network. And honestly, once you start getting past 11 o'clock at night, there ain't a train network. So I don't know what time the last train would be, but it tends to be about 11. Oh, Scarlet looks nice. Okay, Final Testament taking on Tozawa, Xavier, and Otis. We've got Maxine on the outside. We've got Scarlet on the outside. Usos are going to reform, said Addis. When are we going to get a Paul Ellering promo, said Rivy. Okay, we got Xavier in there with Carrion. It's a bank holiday as well, said Carl. Well, that ain't going to help at all, is it? Day rocks. No, day rocks. Big smile on the face of Carrion as he gets out the ring. This is match number 3. Kick to the midsection there by Xavier. Boom, back into the corner. I think it's that Razor that's in there. Boom, Clyde's in, and back elbow and chops coming in there by Xavier. Xavier gets thrown into the corner. Now we got Akam throwing in some kicks and a big clubbing blow. Xavier in the wrong part of town. There's not much hype around this, to be honest, which is a bit of a shame because Final Testament, they're a bit flat, yeah? And they don't get much time to talk on the show, but they're good. AOP were a good team. They were good down in NXT. So was Carrion. And what have they been given to do? They don't get much TV time. When they do, it's in a bit of a death spot on the show. Breaking news, CM Punk officially cleared. They love this, don't they? They love giving you information in the bottom left corner now. They flipping love it. Dropkick by Tozawa. I can't wait to see the reunion of OG Bloodline. The pop is going to be crazy, said Tyler. Big Time said, I know I've mentioned this before, but each week that goes by, I'm concerned as to how NXT is going to fix its star power issue. The show lacks a beginning, middle, and end for weeks. I wouldn't worry about it, to be honest. I think by now, hopefully you've seen that they will never allow it to completely sink. So even if it is lacking a bit and the ratings start to dip, they'll then respond. They'll put some star power on. They'll get some main roster stars. Like, they are booking the feuds that they want to book. They're doing the matches they want to do. They're putting on the best show they think they can. And if the ratings start to dip, then obviously they'll, do something. They'll change direction. They'll bring in some big stars from the main roster. I mean, it's nothing for Sean to hit up Triple H and go, listen, I need a boost here. So I never think about it. I never worry about it. It's not something that ever crosses my mind because I've watched wrestling so long now that it's never gonna sink. It's never gonna be like 600,000 this week and then in a 2 months time 500,000 and then in 4 months time 300,000 and then in 6 months time 100,000. It's never gonna do that because they will hit the panic button and they will just bring in some stars if they have to. They'll get Roman on, they'll get Cody on, they'll get some excitement going, they'll bring some NXT stars, get him involved with some main roster stars, or they'll turn it around. So I think it's one of those where they'll book the show that they want to book. They'll be looking for it to be in a certain range. If it's out of that range, they'll obviously keep an eye on it. If it remains outside that range, then they'll do something about it. If it stays within their range that they're looking at, there's no panic. I couldn't tell you what that range is, but let's say it's, 580 to 650. Let's say it's that. If it's worse than 580, then, we may have a problem. We'll keep an eye on it. But if week after week is within 580, 650, I don't even know that there's any panic at all. I think that's kind of the mark that they're at, So it doesn't worry me. Even as we're going into NXT each week and we're coming out discussing how there's no talking points, we forget star power. It's not a newsworthy show. Doesn't matter. I mean, what's going to change in the sense of what's the issue? What's the drama? I mean, we all want them to be the best shows possible, but wrestling's going to have peaks and troughs, isn't it? This is a never-ending week after week after week product where you're relying on different people to deliver for you. Some people are going to have good weeks and bad weeks. They're going to have, they're going to be able to really get themselves over, get their story over. Some people are going to struggle to do that. Some of the creative might be bad. Some of the creative might be good. It's a mixed bag. Some weeks you're going to get more good than bad. Some weeks you're going to get more bad than good. And it's just wrestling. That's just the way wrestling is. It's the way wrestling is and will always be. And you're never going to get to a point where every show, like Raw, NXT, SmackDown, is going to absolutely be killing it week after week after week after week after week after week after week. I mean, we've never done that. That's never existed, in my opinion, in wrestling. Even during the Attitude Era, I can find tons with the Attitude Era that didn't resonate with me. And I can find loads about the Golden Era that I thought was rubbish as well. So you're always going to have a mixed bag. You're always going to have a mixed bag. So I think that for them, they are putting a product on and they're looking at the ratings as being the most important indicator. That's the one they care about the most. If people are tuning in and watching, then in their mind, they're doing it the right thing. So as long as they keep getting within that range, I think they're happy with that. Because seemingly the fans are happy with it because they're still tuning in. If it starts dipping, then they'll make a change. And if they need to bring some main roster star power in, then they'll do that. But if the ratings are going to be within that same range, I don't even think there's any panic or concern or anything. I think they're just quite happy, just going about their lives. Clothesline by Otis. I will admit I'm not someone that grew up watching NXT. I got into NXT last year. When they left, I stayed with it. That's why I'm not used to it, says Big Time. Yeah, well, I mean, it's up and down. I mean, what I would say is last year was actually a bit of an exception because we were trying to get a contract, weren't we? So it's not a show that has relied on main roster stars as much as it did last year, but that's because they were trying to get a new TV deal. Here's the Caterpillar, the Worm, the Caterpillar, elbow drop by Otis. Boom, big shot there by Carrion. Carrion charging over, back elbow there by Otis. Oh, look at that. Otis getting dragged out the ring. We are missile drop kick there by Xavier. We've got Tozawa going to the outside with a crossbody. Kip up by Xavier. He grabs a hold of Carrion. Xavier driving Carrion back. And again, throwing in some shots. Super kick there by Xavier. Carrion grabs Xavier. He's got him on his shoulder. Boom. Plants him. Drives him down. And that should be it. And it is. Carrion and the Final Testament beats Xavier, Otis, and Tozawa. Let's get match scores. Let's get match scores. There's Scarlett. Boom. Tozawa on the outside. Otis is so over, says Kieran. Well, yeah, that is true. He is. Good job, Carrion. Applauding away. Look, there's Maxine. She's come into the ring. They're checking on Xavier. She's got a Jack Swagger hat on. A Jake Hager bucket hat. Oh, hello. Oh. Alpha Academy music. Well, this is a bad move, isn't it? This is a bad move. So here's Chads and the Creeds. Oh, he's making a mistake, isn't he? He's making a flipping mistake. How can you be that stupid? How can you be that stupid? You must have to have been born that dumb. Ted DiBiase, Paul Heyman. Rivi, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words, my friend. Appreciate everyone that's joining us. Niall said, Daze, please tell me that Lyra did the dance tonight. Niall, do you know what? It's an absolute disgrace because WWE are shooting themselves in the foot. You know, this is meant to be the new Attitude Era. This is meant to be sex and aggression, yeah? We've got Lyra doing the party girls dance. And they do it during the commercial break. We don't even get to see it anymore. We saw it once, and it was the greatest moment in my life. The greatest moment in my life. And we've never seen it again. So no, sadly not. Cactus J said, how did they get the VHS tape? Did they explain? Well, I don't listen to the commentary, so I don't know. To be honest, they may have mentioned it. If anyone knows, feel free to let us know. I don't know how they managed to get a hold of the VHS tape. I mean, what I would say is Bo spoke to Adam Pearce, and we saw Bo backstage, and Adam Pearce said he was backstage. So maybe there's not a need anymore for the VHS tape to be delivered in a weird way. Perhaps like the Wyatt Six are allowed to sort of be backstage now. There's an agreement of don't attack like the producers, don't attack the technicians, don't attack the producers. You can have your match at SummerSlam, blah 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 blah. You're allowed to be backstage if you don't attack people. So, you know, we don't quite know what was discussed. I think it was that, and I think that that might have resulted now in us not having to do the tape delivery anymore. So no, there wasn't. But commentary may have mentioned it. I genuinely didn't hear. Muse 0042 said Lyra Valkyria is the #1 reason to be commercial free in 2025. Oh my god, that is such a great shout. That is such a great shout. You're absolutely right, you know. If there's one reason as to why we should be commercial free in 2025, it's because we can stay with... I hope we do, you know. I mean, my concern would be that in 2025, we go to the commercial break, and so those that have commercials get commercials, and the rest of us might have to watch, you know, the kind of stuff we watch on the network when we go to commercials for NXT. I know in America you've still got it on TV, but here we watch NXT on the network in the UK. And when you go to commercial break, we just get adverts for like Broken School Sessions and classic episodes of Raw or the best of The Undertaker and stuff like that. I hope we don't do that. Because if we get to stay with the action and we can then finally see... You watch, by the time you get there, she won't be with them anymore, will she? She won't be doing the dance anymore. I hate this company. Try to screw us over every which way they can. Oh, you want a Wyatt 6 tweet? Oh, you crying, are you? Crying because you haven't had a Wyatt 6 tweet? Oh, you cry? Here's one. Half an hour before the show starts. Here's one. What do you want me to do with that? What do you want me to do with that? Half an hour before the show starts. Oh, you want to watch Lyra do the dance, do you? Oh, we're going to put it on during the ad break. Oh, you're crying. You're crying. No, you're crying. Right, here we go. Chad is in the ring. You suck is being chanted at Chad's. My old crew. Look at Maxine looking all worried. I need to keep helping my former pupils. I can't help myself. He's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a good egg. Okay. You lost. First thing you decided to do was team with Xavier. Gotta lead with your mind. Using your brain isn't really your strong point, is it, bud? That's why I recruited the Creeds. Yeah. Julius looks great in a suit. Do the right thing. Come back to your coach. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Do it. Don't forget. The Wyatt Six are after everyone on this roster. I'm not sure that's true. When things get juicy and dangerous, Chad Gable flees the scene. That's the kind of man you are. My answer is still no. You're not really going to let this clown speak for you, are you? Why would Chad be interested in Maxine and Tozawa? We got Otis chance. Boys, boom! Here we go. Here we go. Otis is trying to fight back, but it's 2-on-1. Tozawa's down. Creeds are all over Otis. Where are they? Where are they? Oh, come on, Otis! Down go the Creeds! Otis grabs a hold of Chad's. Looks like he's going to kiss. He picks up Chad's. But he gets nailed from behind. It's 3-on-1. Otis almost had Chad's. Almost had Chad's. Right now, Otis is picked up and he's driven into the ring post. I mean, I feel like the Wyatt Six could have come out a little earlier. If I'm Otis right now, I'm like, hello? Abby? Nikki? The giraffe? The swan, where are you? Right now, we've got Otis down. Chairs! Chairs! Here we go! Yeah, look at that! Nice pop from the crowds. Firefly lights go straight up as well. Yeah, man. Don't tell me that people aren't into the Wyatt Six. There's a "you effed up" chant that's just broke out. Smoke is coming into the ring again. Yeah, look, the Creeds, they've got the chairs. They're like, come on, come on. Chad is in the ring. There's probably every chance that this group are not going to be coming down the entranceway. We have got that light, though. There is... They are. Well, 4 of them are. We don't have Howdy yet. Or Bo. We've got the others. Mercy. Is Bo going to be in the ring? Yeah, let's go. Let's flipping go. Let's flipping go. Yeah, man. Yeah, Bo grabs Chad. Sister Abigail. He hasn't got the hat on, So the dreads are attached to the mask. The dreads are attached to the mask. No hat, no jacket. Looks sick with the dreads. Looks sick with the dreads. That's how he'll wrestle them. No hat. He can wrestle with the mask. He can have the dreads. Yeah, man. That group looks so good in the entranceway with the light shining behind them. Crowd chanting, "You effed up, you effed up, you effed up." I think it was quite obvious that there was going to be someone that was going to attack Chad. He was in the ring on his own. Howdy, though. Hitting a Sister Abigail. Ah, the memories. Ah, the memories. It's good. It's good. It's good. Well, there ain't nothing wrong with it. I mean, all right, they took their sweet time, but it's good. It's so good, said Jeremiah. That was like 2 seconds, says Mitchell. Yeah. That was awesome, said Bishop. The hat will be for presentation when he walks to the ring, said Too Broke to Pay Attention. Bo needs to bulk up a lot. Well, it would be good if he could and did, but he's not Bray. So I don't think we can expect him to be Bray. He's Bo. He's Uncle Howdy. That was flipping amazing, says Alan. Bo is ripped, said Bunzilla. I love Bo with the dreads, said Andrew. Rob says, there you are. Awesome, but it could have made it longer, says David. I think it's to the point. I mean, honestly, I just don't know that you can win. I just don't know that you can win. I think if you get in, do the work, make it look good. I think at the end of the day, it's more important that it looks good, whether it's like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Like, can you get in? Can it make an impact? Can you get back out again? And I feel like they did it. I think they did it. Right, let's get to a few of these super chats. Art King 187, shout out to you, my friends. Fire, 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 fire. I think this was. I get people's point that it was short, right? I do. I get the point, but I will counter the point with, but was it good? Was it good? And I think it was. I think it was. Oh, and Bo, I mean, I feel like we got a few little bits from it. I mean, I don't think there's anything seismic. I don't think there's anything like super revolutionary that we've just seen. But I always feel like we just get these little steps forward, you know? Like we've just seen what Uncle Howdy's going to look like when he's not... You know, I didn't know if the dreads were attached to the hat or if they're attached to the mask. So now we've got the answer to that. Didn't quite know what Bo would wrestle as when he was Howdy, because we've never seen Howdy wrestle. And I think we've got an answer to that. Clearly, it's, I think, adding more fuel to Wyatt's against Creeds and Chad, because the Creeds are very much involved now, you know? Oh, there he is. Look, we've seen a replay. I'll tell you, he's not a small man. I mean, he's got a bit on his arms. Yeah, man. And he goes down to his knees and he puts his arms out. I think he looks good. I genuinely think he looks good. Here's Big Bronson Reeds. So, Art King 187, shout out to you, my friends. Seems like it was very well received by Art King. Marco said that was awesome. I love it so much. I wonder if Dexter is going to talk. Don't expect him to. No. Word on the street is no. Love how the dreads are attached to the mask. Loving the new face of Fear. And Maestro's World said, how can you do a commercial so quick like that? How can you do a commercial so quick like that? What do you mean, like go to commercial so quickly? Oh, and you give them any excuse to go to commercial and they'll go. They don't need much of an excuse. If they can press that button to go to commercial, it's their favourite button, that is. They flipping love it. Okay, Bruiserweight Pete Dunne is making his way down to the ring. Okay, let's do this. Phantom67, shout out to you. We've got a Laughing Fox, which I think is one of the members of the Wyatt Six, to be honest. Phantom67, hope you're well. Okay, Pete's Dunne against Big Bronson Reed. Let's go. Bo looks big. I think he looks acceptable. I can't say that he's like huge or Bray. You know, you can't really compare him to Bray. I mean, I think he's got something about him. I don't think he's like, you know, me. Oh, Sheamus! Damn! Sheamus comes in, delivers a brogue to Pete Dunne. Bronson Reed has got Sheamus on his shoulders. Ooh, knee strike there. Pete Dunne gets chucked over the top. Now he's going to go for, you know what, forget their friendship's done, it's over. Throws in these big clubbing blows into Pete Dunne. Boom. Sheamus takes his shirt off, chucks it into the crowds. Turns around, it looks like he's going to deliver a brogue to Pete. Pete gets out the way. It'd be really good if we could find a way of getting Pete over as a solo star. Pete's coming out with very little reaction. Well, there we go. We didn't even get a match. He's looking at Pete Dunne. Well, that's message received, isn't it? That's message received. What the hell happened? So they were trying to attack Jay. It's Fisher. So JD and Finn. Gunther Finn next week? What, now Sami Zayn's involved? She did say this would spiral. She was correct. Oh, we're going to the ring. Oh my god, it's all happening! God, SmackDown could never, could it? SmackDown could never. This show is too good. This show is too good. Roxanne plus. Oh yeah, Josh Briggs and Brooks Jensen are going to go at it tomorrow. NXT. Let's go. Let's flip in, go. Right, yeah. think we're eating good, man. I think we're eating good. KB29 said, have we ever thought Bo saying, there you are, Alexa? Have you ever thought Bo saying, there you are, Alexa? What do we mean? Him saying that to Alexa. Do you know, it's interesting because we haven't done anything to tease Alexa. Or not that I've seen, unless there's some subliminal stuff going on that I've just not picked up on. Unless it's going to turn out to be the bride. Unless, you know, we still haven't seen her totally with it. What if she does that and then when she reveals it, it is Alexa? We haven't... it doesn't feel like anything's been teased. I wonder how people would feel if Alexa was part of this group, if she was revealed to be part of the group. Would that make it more palatable? Because maybe some of the issue here is that there's a little lack of star power. You know? I mean, Rowan was never the biggest name in the Wyatt family. And if anything, you could say he was third out of the three of them. You know, Bray clearly first. Then you could argue it was Luke Harper next. And then maybe it was Rowan. So, I don't know that Rowan brings much star power. I don't know that Gacy brings any star power. I don't know that Dexter brings any star power. Nikki never got as big as Alexa. And Bo has been gone for how long? Years. And he was not the biggest name. He was in the B team. He was not the biggest name. So I wonder if for some people there is a bit of a... You know, I wonder if Alexa coming in would just make this a little more palatable for some. That would be cool, wouldn't it? And it's Alexa when the veil's revealed. That would be cool. I don't know what you mean, though, about have you ever thought about Bo saying, there you are, Alexa? I don't know quite what you mean by that, but... just a thought. Loomis tape, they hand him a drawing of his own of the way, all of his own of the way. Howdy says, how does that make you feel? He trashes the picture, crossing it out and ripping it up. So The Way was a group that was Indy and Dexter and Johnny Gargano and Candice LeRae. That them four were The Way down in NXT. So showing the picture of that and seeing his reaction, that would be very good. That would be interesting. Haley said there aren't any issues with the Wyatt Six. People are complaining because they're grumps who don't have anything better to say. Well, I mean, look, we always want honest opinion. So for me, if people are being honest about how they're feeling, I always welcome that. I mean, I will respond by giving my thought as well, in the sense of, like, if I'm going, oh, I think this is really good, and then I read someone going, this is garbage, you know, we might end up having a conversation about it, a discussion about it. But that's, you know, that's welcomed. I would want people to be honest, as long as it is being honest, you know. As we said, I've kind of followed this step by step by step, and I don't think they've killed everything. I don't think they've landed everything, but I think they've landed 90%. And it's quite interesting to know why people are struggling with it, or what it is that's not quite working for people. I find that that might be a good opinions video, you know. What don't you like about the Wyatt Six? And then maybe the people that don't like it can get their points out as to why it's not working for them. That's a different way of looking at it, isn't it? I might jot that down. We can sit down and sort this out like proper fellas, said Seamus. Are you up for a banger? That would be a banger. Here's Rhea. Is this... Oh, yeah, we are getting towards the start of the final out. Look at her with Dom. Get out there. Get out there. You get to that ring right now. Get to that ring. Let me down. Jackie looks good again tonight, said Robert. Aubrey holds a grudge longer than Drew's title reign, says James. Mr. Canuck said Chad Gable has been doing a very good job so far with the Wyatt Six. EA UFC CAF creator says, Mommy. Here she is. I wonder what she's got to say. Matt said, I'm here for it and I like it, but my expectations aren't as high as some. We could do one that's just, what do you think about the Wyatt Six? We could do that as an opinion video. You want him? Come get him. Ah, let's go. You want him? Come get him. He's right here. And you can have him. I'm done with him. I've got the flipping receipt. Here she comes. Oh, is she coming out? Hi, Rhea. Hi, Dot. Where is she? You can turn around. Oh, there she is. She's kind of in the crowds. Hi, guys. Unlike you, I have some self-control. I can wait until SummerSlam. The reason I came out in the first place is obvious. It's because I have feelings for Dominic. And Dominic's got feelings for me too. She is pushing all the buttons. Gorgeous men like Dominic, they don't go for girls that look like you. Jeez. Gorgeous men like Dominic, they go for girls that look like me, and there was, do you know what I mean, a little twirl. There was a little twirl that was in there. Damn. She's trying to get, she wants to get over to, look, Dominic's like, no, don't, please. I think I do love her. We all just saw that twirl. I think I might have changed my mind. I don't know what's happening. I'm so confused. Let me, please, just don't hurt her. Let me take care of this. Guys, please, let Daddy Dominic talk. Booze. Guys, please let him speak. I think I know what you're going to say, and I feel the exact same way. Oh my God, Rhea is going to want to rip her face off and wear it as a mask. You want to hear those three little words? Oh yeah, look at this split screen. Oh yeah. I hate you! Oh my God, look at her. What? You've ruined my life. Look at Liv, she's all upset. Please, Dominic. Please, Dominic. You've ruined everything. I don't even know what he's saying. Dálame no contina. Oh, look, she's broken-hearted. Do the twirl again. Do the twirl. Do the twirl again, you cowards. Oh, she's too upset. She didn't do it. Rhea is whispering something to Dominic. Oh, she grabs him by the throat and licks his face. Oh my God, this is the sexiest segment in the history of WWE. This week. Oh, he's got lipstick marks all over. Look at his face. We know what she said. Gonna give you that. It's gonna be one of them, innit? I don't know how you say it. Like that. I saw the clip. What a time to be alive, eh? What a time to be alive. Do you remember when we used to have to watch Miss TV? Remember the pandemic? God, do you remember SmackDown as well on Friday? That was only Friday. Do you remember that? Remember that? Ugh, sucked. Let's go. How the hell did Dominic get in this storyline, says Daniel? I don't know, but I wish flipping Rey Mysterio was my dad. Hook Dub Dom. Daze, you know Aljo Sterling from UFC. Well, I don't know him personally, but I know of Aljamain Sterling. C-Nord V said, I can't wait for WWE to be on Netflix so that I can watch. Oh, dude, you're missing a good show. Good show. Good show. Why not drive to the All-In Stadium when you go to that event? I don't like driving, to be honest, because I don't mind driving, but well, first of all, I haven't got a car at the moment. But also, I just don't like driving because I can't have a drink. Imagine going somewhere and you can't drink. Oh, I could never. Imagine getting to Wembley and like having to watch the show sober because you got to drive back. What the flip? God, no. That would guarantee me not going. Oh my God, what's she done to her arm? What's up, Boo? Boo! What's this? Oh my God, she's got an anime injury. She's done that whilst watching anime. I don't know how. I don't know what else she does. She's got a cosplay injury. She's a boika. I've said that for weeks. She is a boika. There is a lot more foreign language on WWE, isn't there now? I wonder if that's all part of our brand expansion. Our global expansion. So she's still going to wrestle? Like this? What the flip? Do you know what would be a good story? Imagine if every week a different part of her got injured, and then by the time like a month's gone by, she's like... both her arms, her legs, her ribs, her neck, her foot. I'm still going to fight. You can take the girl out the fight, but you can't take the fight out the girl. That'd be pretty good. Rhea has to give up her title for injury, but Zelina can wrestle in a cast, says Matt. Yep. Maka said, do we still think Dom betrays Rhea and helps live at SummerSlam? More than ever. What's with the flip-flop, says Matt. It's a symbol of Puerto Rico, apparently. Apparently, if you were naughty in Puerto Rico, you got flip-flopped. You got flip-flopped. That's a thing. It's like, I suppose, back in the 1950s when everyone used to get caned at school. It would be like going, coming down with a cane. But parents, apparently, if you were naughty, they grabbed their flip-flop, then you got flip-flopped. I don't know. Different culture in it. It's like a slipper. A slipper? Yeah, do you know, I never I never got like hit with a slipper or anything like that when I was growing up. I know people did, but to be honest, it was always that you've really let us down. Kind of a, you know. I mean, I didn't hear that often, of course. You know. Mainly because I was really boring and all I did was play football. I went to school. And then when I finished, I came home and I played football with my friend over the road. That was it, really. I didn't cause any trouble. There was no need for me to get flip-flopped. I'm watching wrestling or I'm playing football. Do you know what I mean? I ain't really doing Grand Theft Auto type stuff in the mean streets of Stourbridge. So I didn't really get any of that stuff. But yeah, I know people did get slippered. And I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's called something in it, but I don't know the words. I'm not being disrespectful. I genuinely can never remember what the word is. To me, it's a flip-flop. But yeah, that's what it means. Thomas said, I think they teased Alexa in the Nightbird video that had an ultrasound and a baby. Maybe. Yep, maybe. There was a baby in one of those videos. Well remembered. I was just reading some of the things people were saying. Sinan said Dominic's a piece of shiz for making Liv cry. She deserves it, man. She deserves it. The solid steel slipper. Soccer isn't football. Football is the devil, said Monster Jimmy. Leon against Bilal this week. Yeah, I need to change this, don't I? Oh, and we need to vote for the next inductee. We'll be doing that this week for the members. Members will come up with the nominations. Keep an eye on the channel. We'll vote for it. This is out of date because we did Jake Paul and Mike Perry on Saturday. I meant to change that yesterday. Didn't get around to it. I will get that changed. And it is, I think, UFC 304 this weekend. So we'll be doing that this weekend. UFC 304 should be a really good show, actually. If you are a UFC fan, we'll be covering it. I'm really looking forward to it. And then the week after that, SummerSlam. And I think we'll do that, you know. Right. Oh, what's this? The San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, Shawn Michaels. Order this Thursday at Mattel Creations. Do it. Dom is going to turn on Rhea and help Liv at SummerSlam, said that's what she said. Daze, how's your day been today, said Spartan Major. Do you know what I did today? I did something different. Happy birthday, Sean! The greatest of all time. Michael Cole calls everyone the flipping greatest of all time. Yeah, I ended up going for a meal at a pub down the road, which my parents have been to before, and it was rubbish. And they were not impressed. And so we've not been since. But that was many, many, many years ago. And we went again tonight, and it was really, really good. It's not the best picture in the world, but like, there we go, look. Chips, a bit of really nicely cooked steak. That is cheese inside of a beautiful like bread roll. It's like a fondue type dip. So it was cheese. They called it oozy boozy cheese. You got some chicken strips at the back as well, a bit of lettuce. And so that was what I had to eat tonight. I've got look at this beer as well. Isn't this just like the weirdest beer you've seen? Or it's one of the weirdest beers I've ever seen. Look at that glass. Look at that little fella. Look at that. It's like a shot glass, isn't it? It was about that tall. It's about, it looks like a half pint glass, right? But that's a pint. That is actually a pint. It had a pint written on it. It's wider than a normal pint glass, but it's shorter. The woman said, like, man, she said these get nicked all the time. She's like, people always love. Oh, that's a better picture. That looks a little nicer. Called Icebreaker Pale Ale. It's like this weird little glass. So that was kind of interesting. It was quite nice, actually. As pale ales go, it was quite nice. But it was more the glass that I was, like, really taken with. So, yeah. We popped there. And then by the time we came back, I was like, ooh, I need to catch up, really. Get everything set up. And then off we went. Happy 59th to the greatest wrestler of all time, Mr. WrestleMania himself, Shawn Michaels, says Hayden. Yes. The Sister Abigail by Bo was awesome. I was screaming when he did it, says Kelly Bertha Malin. My mum had to make sure that I was okay. Was you okay? Zelina versus Zoe is what we've got now. 50 minutes left to go, guys. 50 minutes left to go. If you are watching and you've not left a like, I hate you. Really, that's it. Too late. Don't do it now. I already feel betrayed. Zelina throwing in some kicks. Zelina versus Zoe. Zelina in the corner, moving out the way as Zoe goes face first. Zelina climbing up. Clubbing blow to the back. UFC in Manchester. Why is it on so late, said Macca Rice. Because of America. It's very unusual. Normally, we would just run it at a decent time for us, and it would be earlier in America. But for some reason, they want it to be on at an all right time in America, like evening time. It's mental, man. That show is going to be on at like 3 in the morning. It's mental in the UK. People going are like, what? So, but oh, in America, it's got to be on at like 10 at night, hasn't it? Imagine if we did that for wrestling. So, why do we need to cater to B-ass Americans, says James. Can I just say I don't feel that way? I love you guys. Yeah? Please don't leave. Tony said, have you got tickets to the best event of the year that is all in? You will get fed a 5-star meal and a limited edition Tony Khan figure with all my phrases. Let's freaking go, says Tony Khan. No, but we have been talking about it. If you could just drop the price a little bit, then I might be tempted. Because I'd like to see Ospreay, I'd like to see Okada, I'd like to see Bryan Danielson, I like Mariah May against Toni Storm. And there's probably some other boomers that I'd watch as well. I don't mind Swerve. What is the card, actually? What is the card? Let's have a go. What is the card? The card is here. 2 matches. There's only 2 matches. So far, we've got Swerve against Danielson. And we've got Toni Storm against Mariah May. That's it. What am I meant to do with that? Where's Ospreay? Where's Okada? Where's Kenny Omega? Where's Cody Rhodes? Where's Edge? Where's Joey Janela? Where's Marco Stunt? Where's Luchasaurus? Where's Jericho? I was going to say, where's Brody Lee? But that's too far, innit? That's too far. We know where he is. We know where he is. Yeah, 2 matches. 2 matches. Well, that ain't doing it for me. Although, Tony Storm against Mariah May, that's good. Swerve against Danielson will be alright. So actually, so far, so good. But I need a little bit more. Wouldn't it be nice if it was like 7 matches and they were all really good looking matches? Instead, with AEW, it tends to be like 50 matches. And it tends to be a load of stuff that you're like, I just don't care about that. So, I don't know. You need to win me over, Tony, I'm afraid. I need to be wooed. Marco Stunt is a hunt, says James. All have been futuring. Where's Punk? Yeah. Where's Jade Cargill? Where's Jade Cargill? Where's Punk? Where's Cody? Where's Ethan Page? Where's Sean Spears? Will Ospreay will be there. He's advertised. Well, listen. We don't know if that's true. He might fancy it off. Kick out by... Where's Danhausen? Where's All Ego? I love Ospreay. I wish he'd come to WWE, said Charles. Same. Where's Cody? If we don't get a Wrestling Daze action figure, Triple H will feel our wrath, said John. Well, I tell you what. Start saving your pennies. Because I am very interested. I'll tell you, I'm not motivated by making a shirt, because everyone's got shirts. But if I could find some merch that was a bit fun, you know? I could be motivated to do something. They do. I saw that you can get... Someone got in touch with me that make dolls. I can't remember what they're called, but they're like little plush doll things, and they're made to look like YouTubers, and they've done other YouTubers, and they got in touch and they were like, would you be interested? And I was like, I just ignore these things, to be honest. But I did look at it and I was like, oh, that's different. That's different. And I think they sold for like $29.99, which is a bit steep, but it's no more really than what you'd probably pay for like a shirt at WWE, you know? And I feel like what you'd end up getting is way better than a shirt. So I was like, I could be tempted to do that. Don't know. So, I don't know. That's the first time I've kind of gone, that might be fun. I think it's mainly because I want one. That's it, really. I think I looked at it and went, yeah, I would like one of those. So, save your pennies, because who knows what the future's going to hold. Right, we are back to the action, and we've got 43 minutes to go. We've got Sonya distracting the referee. As Shayna trips over Zelina. Zelina is down. Here is Lyra, Kaden, Katana. Do the dance. Imagine if they beat them up and then their music plays and they do it. Oh my God. Here's Zelina. Boom! Forearm strike. She used the arm brace. Yes! 2, 3. Vega gets it. Look at all these girls celebrating together. Love it. There's Shayna. Zoe is down. You did it. You're so good. You're the best. Aren't girls lovely? When they get together in a group and they all support each other. I feel like if they were guys, we'd go over and be like, yeah, good job. You all right? Yeah? Excellent. Should go get something to eat. But like girls are like, yeah, they're so excited for each other. That is, if you wondered what the biggest difference is between men and women, it's that. That is the biggest difference between the genders. It's not dongs and vagines. It's how excited we are for each other when they're successful. We're a lot more chilled with it as guys. We're like, good work, good work. You killed that. Do you want to go to Waffle House? Girls are a lot more animated. Okay, here's Xavier. He wants a match, and the match is made. I think that's with Carrion. Here's Drew. Seth. You know Seth and I have got history. How's this fair? We're going to find out how fair he is next week when he gives you his official referee instructions. I just don't get it. Thomas said, we have a Call of Duty Daze character. They renamed him Captain Price. Oh. Well, I don't know anything about that. But Captain Price sounds like something that would be there for the kids, really. Like Fisher Price. So, there we go. Something for the kids. White Walker, shout out to you with a microphone emoji. And Jake Campbell said, today makes me think that Howdy and Gable at SummerSlam. Well, I still think it'll be the groups. I would still book the groups for the reasons that I've given. But I don't know. I don't know which way they're going to go. I know the direction I would go, but I don't know which way they're going to go. Zelina doing a Owen Hart tributes. Says, wrestle with Andy. I'm wondering if Carrion and Wyatt 6 will fight before Bray passed rumours. Hang on. I'm wondering if Carrion and Wyatt 6 will fight. Before Bray passed, rumours were Bray was going to work with Carrion. Yeah, I think they will cross paths. I mean, it just seems to make sense, doesn't it? You've got a faction there that are a bit directionless. You've got someone in Carrion that can cut sick promos. You've got a big challenge as well. I mean, AOP are not going to be easy to overcome. Carrion's not going to be easy to overcome. That's a test. It might not be the biggest test. It might not be the bloodline, but that's still a test. I would have no problems with that feud. Big Time Baxter said, I'm happy for Zelina, but that match was ass. Dad Stuff said Captain Price sounds like a cheap version of Captain Morgan, which is appropriate. No, it's quite appropriate. It does, yeah. Captain Price rub. Does sound like a bit of an own brand thing, doesn't it? Days. We read that one. Vega has gone full heel and pretends to be a good guy. No clue what she is going for. Just bad, said Proud America. Dongs and Vagines is the title of Daze's rap album, says Rob. What an album that would be. What an album that would be. Each track, we just explore the differences between the two sexes. In a light-hearted, entertaining way. With the occasional bad word chucked in just to shock people. What I would do is I would swear all throughout the album, but then only release a clean version. How about that? It would be like 45 minutes of really annoying, you know, like how you get black screen with WWE and the sound cutting out. It would be 45 minutes of that. I might even have it like bleeped just to make it extra annoying. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that would entertain me. No one else would. Oh, do you know, I did one that entertained me the other day. I posted something that really made me laugh. I was looking at it. I was like, oh my God, I love that. And then I put it up and everyone was like, are you all right? I've got a sense of humor that I don't think everyone quite vibes with. But I was going through YouTube, and on YouTube Shorts, it's got the new JoJo Siwa song, which is called Guilty Pleasure, right? And it's got her doing a crazy dance as her Guilty Pleasure song goes in the background. And someone had took it and put it on a green screen. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, I could use that over the top of a picture, but what's my guilty pleasure? And I was like, what would be my guilty pleasure? And I was like, I don't know. Lyra? But is that a guilty pleasure? I was like, what's my guilty pleasure? And I was like, Linda? We talk about Linda all the time. So I was like, Linda McMahon, that's my guilty pleasure. So I got a picture of Linda. I wrote her name at the top. And then I had JoJo Siwa doing all this mad dancing as her song Guilty Pleasure was playing. And I posted that. And I watched it back and I was like, I love this. I feel like I've made something that belongs on the internet. One of those really random things that you just sometimes stumble across. And I was like, I've done some good work today. And I put it out there, and I thought people were going to enjoy it, take it for it. And all I got was people going, are you all right? Is everything okay? What does this mean? Someone went, do you want Linda to be the president? I was like, that's not what I'm saying, but sure, I don't care. I'm not in America, so I'm not bothered. Yeah, let's make a president. I don't give a flip. But that's not what I was saying. So I went from loving it to being like, oh, I don't think this has landed. I don't think this has got the reaction I was looking for, really. I still love it, though. Actually, I don't mind the song, you know. The new JoJo Siwa song, the Guilty Pleasure one. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I didn't like her Karma one, but the Guilty Pleasure one, I was like, I can listen to this. I wouldn't go out of my way to listen to it. But I wouldn't change the station if it came on. That kind of a thing, you know? She's pretty mental now, isn't she? I think I like her for that reason. It was hilarious seeing people reaction saying you're effing getting during the England get. Oh, yeah. Yeah, do you know, I mean, I was so like, oh my God. In that moment when we equalise, I really felt like that was the moment we were going to kick on. So it did feel like get effing in, you know? So I thought if ever there's a moment to just... That was the moment. And then everyone was like, oh my God, day sport. I was like, yeah, but I didn't say it, did I? Here's Isla and Alba. What's this? Oh, hello. Here they are. 3 muffs and a buff. We've been running this division. What the hell? What the hell is Isla Dawn wearing? Is she on a honeymoon night or something? What's going on? She's all in white. She's got these, like... What's that called? A garter? Are those garters? You're more than welcome to try. I feel like she's wearing the kind of clothes that you would wear, like, under a dress. It's like she forgot to put her big dress on that goes over the top of all that stuff. I mean, she looks lovely. I mean, I'm not complaining. Just saying. I could imagine her with a big gown on over the top of all of that. They all look like undergarments to me. If she was my daughter, she would not be leaving the house looking like that. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not mad that they're tag champs, says Robert. No. It was a surprise. But And we've kept going with them as well. I really thought we were going to put the belts back onto Jade and Bianca, like pretty much the next night on Raw, and we didn't. Just make no sense after Stark took a loss. The faction want to look strong 30 seconds later, says Patrick. That's fair. Not Isla wearing bridal lingerie, says Haley. That's what it looks like, Haley. That's what it looked like to me. There wasn't much pure about what I was seeing. Ashma said, are you married? I'm not married. Imagine if I was married. I'd be like the worst husband ever, wouldn't I? The amount of time I spend on the channel and responding on Twitter and streams and never getting to go out anywhere. You have to look at, like, if you're in a relationship, you have to, like, take them places and stuff. They're really demanding, women. Or men. Like, you have to do stuff. You know? No. Wouldn't work. James said, who would want to get married? Yeah. But it's good for tax, actually. And in this day and age, it's very difficult to save up and get a house on your own. I mean, trust me, I know. So, you know, it's worth it for tax reasons and getting a house. And I think, like, love is in there somewhere, but it's probably like 6th or 7th on the list. Marriage is only good for free cake. Oh yeah, free cake. Scrap that. Love is 8th. Below the cake now. Big Time said the 3rd hour has completely killed the show tonight. They've done nothing making this hour worth watching. Well, I will not disagree. Half an hour gone so far, and I don't think it's been a brilliant half an hour. Let's see what they've got for this last half an hour. Oh, hello. Is it our main event? There's Sammy. There's Jay. Yeah. OG Bloodline. Oh, look at the fans. Look at that dude. He's like, let me get my phone. Let me get my phone. Should have had it ready. You should have had it ready. Yeet, 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 yeet. Look at that dude there. He was like walking alongside, clapping. He was so excited. People just don't know what to do. They just don't know what to do. They're just like, who's that guy? Oh, he gives them some yeet things. One time. Hitman music. Yeets. That goes up. There's a woman. She's like coming out into the arena. Just looks fun, doesn't it? Just looks like they're having fun. Looks like everyone's having fun. That's got to be a good thing to put onto TV, doesn't it? Look at all the people have come out as well. We've got the cameraman, but there's a load of people. Let's go, man. I have no idea why we didn't do this before, you know? Having people in the crowd and coming through the concession area, having the crowd all fired up and excited. We're about to get it, Oos. Let's go, Oos. Look at all these yeet hands loads. I wonder if they give them out or if you buy them. Because there's quite a few. People buy them? I don't know. Oh, it's just me, Oos. Can you buy yeet hands? That's the question. Can you buy yeet hands? If I want my own yeet hand, can I get it? Sami Zayn and Jey Uso making their way down. The production now is on another level, says Corey. I think we complain a bit much. Every show can't be a pay-per-view event, says Alan. Lag. Did we get some lag? Did we? I don't have anything that says dropped frames. Do you know, actually, we've done really well, haven't we, with lag recently? really well with lag. I'm going to put yeet in and see what comes back. Me oos! Day one is just me oos! No. 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 Foam yeet hand. How am I meant to yeet at home? How am I meant to yeet along? I'm watching the show. I want to yeet at home. How am I meant to do that? When I don't have a yeet hand? I can get a Jey Uso yeet arm sleeve, but it's not the same. I could have a Jey Uso yeet hoodie, but it's not the same. Eat, sleep, yeet, repeat. That's pretty good, isn't it? Eat, sleep, yeet, repeat. I like that one. I like that one. These are all the things I've looked at recently. And now I've looked at this. But I still can't get a foam hand. Can I get anything foam? Do they do anything foam? Foam. I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American. When foam ran wild. Oh, that's vibes, isn't it? I mean, all right, is a racist, but it's nice to see a OG foam finger. I mean, granted, it's from 2023, but I think this is pretty much the ones that they had back in the day. And as we've said, they had Razor Ramon razors, they had Undertaker urns, they had loads of different ones for fingers based for different people. They had Hacksaw Jim Duggan 2x4s. They had, I think they had Big Boss Man nightsticks in foam as well. Like there was loads. It really went out of trend. It just disappeared. But there used to be loads, and now they've come back with the yeet thing. But now this is the only one that you can get. Well, it's the only one you can get on Euroshop. Well, I wonder if you can... can I get over to WWE? I don't know. I should be able to. You lot get more than what we do in the UK. Because you don't like us. Let's have a look here. That WWE shop, this is... Yeah. This is WWE shop. Let's try foam. Nah, you only have one as well, you know. What if I do yeet? Oh, that's yet. That's not right. That's yeet. Have you got more? Oh, you've got more. You've got more than what we had, but you still don't have a foam finger. Still don't have a foam finger. What's going on? Have you got a Lyra shirt? Have you got anything for Lyra? No, you've just got that as well. £144 Euroshop, $150 in America. It's not too different, to be honest, price-wise. But you still don't have a Lyra Valkyria shirt. Well, yeah, that's it. Just this. The flip? The flip? They're just leaving money on the table. No yeet foam finger. No, like, who's running WWE shop? If you're watching, you're rubbish. You're doing a rubbish job. You're doing a rubbish job. I've searched for two things and they're not there. I hate you. And you gave me a code that saves people 15%, and then you go and put a code up that saves people 20%. You're some sort of sick monster. Right, next Monday on Sci-Fi, Seth is going to give his referee instructions, and there is a picture of Seth in a referee shirt, which looks a bit photoshopped. Then, next week, we've got a 6-woman tag match. Are they going to show the dance? I wonder if we should spend all week demanding that they show the dance to see if that actually gets through to anyone. if anyone with any importance will listen to us saying that we are only tuning in next week to see Lyra do the dance. They better not. They better not flipping rob us. They better not rob us. I'll be flipping livid. Yeah, WWE shop. Sort your shiz out. Wyatt 6 is behind the WWE shop, Mr. Canuck. Well, good group, but absolutely rubbish business people. That's what I would say. Rubbish business people. Right, they're running down the SummerSlam cards. Go to a meet and greet and ask her to do it, said Spartan Major. I don't know if I want to be that person. Where I queue up, get to the front of the queue, go, oh, it's lovely to meet you. Would you mind doing a dance for me? Do you know what I mean? So I want to be that guy. I feel like that's the kind of thing that weird guy that thought he was in a relationship with Liv. We're kind of straying into that territory, aren't we? No, that can't be. I don't want that to be me. I don't want that to be me. I just want her to do the little dance thing. That's all. I'm a simple man. Daze, what's good? WWE Raw tonight. I love the first bit with Damien and Gunter, says Matthew. It was good. Do we think Zelina could have a real run at the title sometime, said Alan. Yes. If we tell the right story. I can't see why she couldn't get the money in the bank, cash it in, get the title, and then just survive with the title. The problem she's got is she's never going to beat a Rhea clean. She's never going to beat a Bianca or a Jade's. Probably not a Charlotte. Probably not a Bayley. Probably not a Becky. Probably not a Raquel if Raquel can get back. I mean, I just feel like she is a good competitor. And I know that she says her size holds her back and just give me the ball. The great thing with WWE is there are always ways of kind of overcoming that. For example, what if we have to vacate the title by the Rumble and then we make the winner of the Rumble the champ? And then Zelina gets number 30, survives, and, you know, it gets down to her and one other person, and she pulls the top rope down, person goes over the top, she's the new women's champion. There are ways of getting a belt onto someone that you might not think would outright win it, you know? And then she can just survive, just try and keep hold of it as long as possible. Here's Judgment Day. Only way with no man to bow. Leave yourself the only way on the other side. Won't you meet me on the side? Right, why Judgment Day, daughter rolling 4 deep when they've only got Jay, Sammy in the ring. So why has all of Judgment Day come down? Because they don't give a flip, do they? Finn and JD versus Sammy and Mr. Yeet. Jeet. Jeet. Right, bell has sounded and we are underway with what I'm going to call the main event. Finn Balor in the ring with Jeet. Daze, I've posted a picture of you. Thank you. It's very kind. Daze, Metal Mama is at the show. You've tweeted her view of the Wyatt 6 segments. Metal Mama is at the show. She's tweeted me. Well, I have got many things to catch up with. Oh, very good. Chicago! Chicago! Very good. That is so good. That is good. That is really good. Chicago! Chicago! There it is. So she's at the show. What? So she's abandoned us? She's what? Gone and enjoyed herself instead of being in here in this community. I'm going to respond. Sorry. Are you at the show rather than being with the community? Hashtag blocked. Hashtag blocked. Take no prisoners. This is a flipping disgrace. Imagine if everyone took that attitude and I was just sat here on my own, hey? Imagine that. Well, everyone just goes to Raw. Disrespectful. I hope she gets attacked. I hope she gets attacked by Nikki. Sammy throwing in some kicks. James says can't blame her. Hashtag blocked. Maybe you are given the platinum deal with a Tony Khan figure, a stage pass, and a Tony. Imagine that. Imagine if you bought a ticket and afterwards Tony was there to hug everyone as they left. I would go. If I could get a picture of Tony Khan hugging me like he does the wrestlers, I would go. That would be it. I would go. Because that would just be worth putting up on the internet, wouldn't it? Tony clinging on to you and you're like that. Yeah, I'd go for that. That would make me go. I'd even splash out for like the £85 ticket for that. Do you know what I mean? I don't think we wouldn't be going 400. Moonsault to the outside. I've got bad news about WWE releasing MVP. Yeah, they released... Well, we don't know, do we? I don't think that's been confirmed yet, but it doesn't look good. Sammy. Do we think there's too many factions and that's all together men and women, said Mad Jason. I think it's okay if they're booked well, but some of them aren't booked very well, like Final Testament aren't booked very well, and Legado aren't booked very well, and LWO aren't booked very well. Bloodline are good, and I think Judgment Day are good. Damage Control have sort of lost their way a little. This new women's faction with Sonya Ashano, I don't know the name of them. They seem to be quite doing something with them at the moment, you know. So are there too many factions? Yeah, maybe. I think more importantly, though, it's how are they booked? And yeah, they're just not all of them are booked brilliantly, are they? Michael Cole bullied Austin Theory, says Mr. Quake. SP said, I don't mind factions. Not many people go through feelings without friends. Too broke to pay attention, said Daze needs to do a Spike Lee Michael Jordan poster picture where he's holding Tony Khan up by the top of his head. That would be fire, fire, fire. I don't know how well that would be received by the AEW fans. LB said, I was looking forward to a Sister Abigail vignette because she's got so much backstory, but it was a weak one. I think where you say weak, I will flip it and say different, interesting. I think we're not following the same template for everyone. Like sitting down and hearing the I mean, I thought hers would be quite emotional because I think feelings of loneliness everyone can relate to, right? And I think that she wandered around looking for a friend and she couldn't find one. And she felt lonely, and she got abandoned by Alexa, and she was abandoned by Sanity, and she tried to turn herself into almost a superhero, and that was rejected by people, and she tried, and it was never good enough. Whatever she did was never good enough. And I think there's a lot to dig into there, to be honest. So I think it's interesting that we haven't done that, and that she maybe isn't in a place to open up at the moment. You know, she's not in a place to kind of be vulnerable. She is, I don't know, maybe still working through stuff. I think it's interesting that we've heard from Bo, we've heard from Rowan, we know where they are with processing the loss they've been through. But Nikki doesn't seem, I mean, she was screaming out. She seems to be in a different place, really. I wonder if that makes her a bit more dangerous. I wonder if that makes her a bit more unpredictable. So it's funny because you might look at it and go, oh, it was flat, there wasn't anything to it. I look at it a slightly different way in that, oh, that's interesting, that we're not doing the exact same heartfelt sit-down interview for her as what we've done for the others. That makes me go, why? Why aren't we? Is she not in the same place? Mentally, has she not really overcome her kind of, you know... They say the 7 stages of grief, don't they? And I don't know if acceptance is the last stage, but maybe she's not there. I thought it was short, to the point, quite impactful. I liked the scream at the end. It really looked like something that had come out of a horror film. I do understand people being disappointed because they may have got their hopes up for something else. But I think if you add all the Wyatt 6 stuff together this week, I thought it was good. I thought it was good. And on we move. We still haven't got the answer, though. That's the only downer. I wish we knew what the match was going to be at SummerSlam. I wish I knew now that it was going to be either Alpha Academy against Wyatt 6 or it was going to be Howdy against Chad. I still don't know. So I do wish we'd had an answer there. Do I wish the Nikki thing had been longer? I really don't mind. I'm all right with it not following the same template. I think part of the issue with the Wyatt 6 is everyone wants something a little different from it. So you just can't please everyone with it because people would go in different directions. I suppose you have to just ask yourself how much of it, if it was a problem, how big of a problem was it? Is it a massive problem? Is it something that's going to really derail your enjoyment of the group? Or is it just, you know, okay, that's not what I was hoping for, but on we go. I don't know. Everyone's going to have to be assessing that, aren't they, as we keep moving forward. But I think we would all book this slightly different. And there may be times where it doesn't quite hit or quite land for everyone. But I thought it was fine. Honestly, I did. I thought it was absolutely fine this week. And when it was on, I was enjoying it. I promise you, if there is something that I really think, no, I wouldn't have done that, I will tell you. I said about the smoke machines, and I've said about the security guards. And I've even said I don't know that I would have had them lay out as many people backstage in Gorilla, because I think they did have a bit of confusion. People thought they had murdered everyone, and they were like, oh, what, this group's arrived just killing people, and that's okay. It's like, I don't think they have killed anyone, actually. I think they could have made that a bit more obvious, that, like, no one died in Gorilla. There could have been a statement that WWE issued on Raw Talk or on social media the next day. Like, there's definitely stuff like that that I think they should have done. So, I mean, I don't think everything's been perfect or that they've landed everything, but I think enough has landed for this to be, you know, still really, really good, still totally on board, still genuinely enjoying it. And we'll see what next week brings. Although, whoever thought it was a good idea to tweet out half an hour before Raw, rather than giving us that tweet on Sunday? They are off my Christmas card list, let me tell you. Could have done with that yesterday. Yeah, I got unseens to do. Trying to do unseen videos. Flipping, scraping the barrel, looking for whatever we've got to talk about. That would have been good, wouldn't it? To have had a Wyatt 6 tweet. That would have been nice. So that was a flipping drop ball. Finn Balor on his feet. How long we got? 6 minutes. Oh, we're running out of time, aren't we? What OG wrestler would you like to hear their thoughts on in the Wyatt 6, says Alan. What do you mean? Like, if you could have any wrestler in the Wyatt 6, like, reveal their true thoughts. Wow. I mean, the first name would be Vince, wouldn't it? I'd love to hear from Vince. He used to be a wrestler. He's not in the Wyatt 6, but if I could put anyone in, I'd love to hear. Imagine a sit-down interview with Vince. I wonder what the ratings would do for that. Imagine if, like, they announced next week we've got a sit-down. Michael Cole's going to sit down. We've got a 10-minute sit-down interview with former CEO, chairman of the board, Vince McMahon. Jesus. That would be the talk of the town. Imagine that. Imagine the wrestling world's, like, reaction to that. Imagine that. I don't even know. I don't know. That's so out of my comfort zone as to know how that would go. I have no idea. I don't even know if it's a good idea, if it's a bad idea. I feel like it's a bad idea. I feel like people would be like, I don't want to hear from him. Keep him away from WWE. But you can't tell me you wouldn't watch. You can't tell me you wouldn't watch. I'd watch. I might have to watch like that. Might have to be one of them. Are you watching? No. No. I don't like Vince. He should stay away. But what's he saying? What's he saying? Here's Sammy in the corner. Carlito jumping up. Oh, Dom grabs the leg of Sammy. He went for that haluva. Ooh, Spanish fly. Spanish fly, but a shoulder up there by Sammy. We're into the final four. We're into the final four. We're into the final four. Daze, you should put Wyatt 6 on a list of people to beat up on 2K23. Dominic Mysterio is top of my list. He stole my fantasy, says Daniel. You're right, Daniel. Well, I don't know if it's the Wyatt 6 or it's whoever runs their social media account. And if that so happens to be Rowan, then so be it. I'll have to beat him up, won't I? Big boot there by Sammy. We got a loud, this is awesome chants. Southern Zombie, shout out to you, my friends. Against the ropes. Oh, look at that. Beautiful cutter. Lovely tag team work by Jay and Sammy as Finn makes the save. This is good. This is good. I mean, you've got a lot of really good moving parts here. The 1D! I didn't think they'd call it a 1D because it's not the Usos. 1D! 1D! Slap coming in there by Jay. Boom. Lovely. Sling blades. Jay is down. It's just me, Us. Day one-ish. Super kick! Carlito comes up. Whoa! What the hell? Was that Apple? Someone just went... His face just exploded. Jay on his feet, but he gets drop kicked into the corner. Is in position for a coup de grace. A coup de grace. Boom, connects. Here's the Funko. Funko moonsault. Sammy makes the save. It's because Bo and Rowan had to be that emotional. because they had a real loss. The others don't suffer that same type of loss, says James. That's fair. I do still think, though, that Nikki has got enough to be heartbroken about. She might not have suffered a loss like that, but I think loneliness and everything is still a very serious sort of issue in the world. And isolation and abandonment. I think there's still enough there. But maybe you're right. Maybe they didn't want to keep presenting the same thing, and they thought, well, boom. We'll do something different for her. Jay picks up the victory. Really good match. So it was a haluva by Sammy. Sammy then went over the top to the outsides. Well, Rhea ain't going to be happy. Judgment Day picked a fight with Jay. Sammy ended up getting involved and they've goofed it. Oh, Braun Breaker! Braun Breaker! Boom! Braun Breaker! Gets out the ring. We got a little thing in the corner saying, next 2 weeks, Raw is going to be on Sci-Fi. Smile on Braun's face as the show comes to an end. Let's go, man. Great main event. Really great main event. And a really fun end as well. Yeah. Do you know what? I blooming love Raw. Blooming love Raw, I do. Do you know what I love? Raw. That's what I love. Good show. I would like to see Nikki attack Scarlett. Alan said, I'm glad that people have given Metal Mama a shout. Who's that? She's there and she loves Daze and wrestling. Don't know who it is. She's on X. I don't know. Dead to me. Blocked. Blocked me. Showing her true colours tonight. I yeeted in my pants, said K-Dub. Dylan said, Daze, when do you think Wyatt versus Gable will be announced? I don't know, mate. I keep waiting, flipping week after week after week. Every single week I'm waiting, and it's still not getting confirmed. This team should be called Feeling Oozy, said Wrestle with Andy. Danny said it was a very, very good show. Yeah, I agree. I enjoyed it. This Raw makes me want to know what happens next week, said Galaxy Wolf. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? If you can end the show and have people going, enjoyed that, looking forward to seeing where we go next week. That is the name of the game. How can they book 3 hours of... Okay, maybe not all 3 hours. I agree with Big Time Baxter that the first part of the third hour was not, you know, had a little dip. But great main event, good ending, and... you know, big picture delivered. So how can you botch the 2 hour SmackDown so badly? I mean, it's not a bad show. It's just nowhere near as good as this. It's just nowhere near as good as this, so... I don't know. Has he forgot about it? Do you reckon, like... Do you reckon someone's like, Triple H, you do know we've got a 2 hour show on a Friday, is like... What's that called? SmackDown. Oh, God, you're right. Oh my God, I've only been booking Raw. Who's been doing SmackDown then? Oh, well, we've just been sort of just doing it, to be honest. It's not been very good. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe I forgot. SmackDown. That's the one that's got Cody and the Bloodline up, yeah? Oh my God. Oh my God. Have you put them in a match? Yeah, we have. Oh God, well, thanks for that, but I can't believe I forgot. That's how it feels. That's how it feels. It feels like someone's deleted SmackDown creative meetings off his diary and he's just not been going. E. Wilkie said, the only thing I would have changed is I think that Rowan Gacy and Dexter, they should have come down and done some work. I don't think that they should have just stayed there. It's fair. That's fair. I think having them come down, getting their hands dirty. I mean, unless they're just trying to make you wait, you know, unless they, like, seeing them in action is maybe part of the draw for SummerSlam. So maybe it's like, we don't want to give you that just yet, you know? But them coming down and laying into the creeds, whatever, yeah, that would have been cool. Jim said Bloodline has run its course. Chris, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it, Chris Maxwell. Wesley said, a much better show tonight. Just losing a little bit of hope in overall story, and it was a little drab. But a much better show tonight. Well, that's good. That's good. AR Bank said, can you remember what Raw was like maybe a year or two ago? We're eating good now. Tony said, how about getting booked into a British street fight with Simon Miller for All In? What, me? No, thank you. I'm on the right side of the ropes right now. Maka said, Sammy and Jay gonna win the tag. Plus, have you seen Simon Miller? Is flipping jacked. He'd rip my head off. Sammy and Jay are gonna win the tag titles and take them to Survivor Series to team with Jimmy and Roman. Simon would be up and I would be down. Do you think people will have interest once Austin Theory turns face? I think so. I'm interested. I think it could reignite him. He could be rejuvenated, reignited. Right. I am going to jot these scores down. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go. I'm going to upload a reaction video. And I even know the reaction video I'm going to upload. It's going to be the one, and it's got nothing to do with my reaction, because I can't even remember my reaction. But I'm going to do the one where Liv does that little twirl. Because if there's one thing I know about wrestling fans, they're perverts. And that is going to do well. I'm not even like in any doubt. I feel like it's going to do well. Absolutely nothing to do with me, but you will get to see Liv's tushy, and for that reason alone, I'm very excited to upload my reaction video, even if it's just me like this. It ain't nothing about me. Even if I'm like that. Is it over yet? This is boring. Even if it was that, it'll still do really, really well. Just for that bit where she's like, guys like him don't go for girls like you. They go for girls like me. Like that. It's going to be good. So I'm going to run off and do that now. So thanks for joining us, my friends. We are back again tomorrow for NXT. I'll probably set it up to start at 5 past. It'll probably start at 1/4 past because I'm always late because of the Wrestling Escape Pods. But I will be here. And as we said, we'll work on a few little bits and bobs throughout the week. We'll have like nomination for the next Hall of Fame thing, building towards SmackDown. We'll have some more unscenes. Hopefully there'll be some stuff that happens this week. I thought it was very quiet over the weekend. So hopefully we'll have some stuff to get our teeth into. UFC at the weekend. And then, boom, SummerSlam. We're on literally the week. We're on the road. So let's go. Right. Thanks a lot for watching, my friends. Appreciate the support as always. Lovely to see so many people around. Shame about Metal Mama. Shame that she turned heel on us. But, you know, it is what it is. And I will see you all again next time. Thanks for watching. Have a good evening. Bye for now.